incidents that took place in Borno then, when the Chibok girls were abducted from their hostels. So we just need to up it, bring in tertiary institutions also into that bracket, ensure that there is a measure of security. They really don't need to be armed, threatening people. They really don't need to be armed, threatening people. You might just have people who are not carrying arms across these places. The difference is that even if there were to be an abduction, the response time by those who are armed as tactical units who can save them will be much higher than when people are kidnapped and it's after like 20 hours before security operatives know about it. They would have taken them to far-flung places where it would be difficult to actually rescue them back. For me, what we have seen now is a measure of security relapse, and the security architecture needs to take note to ensure that we don't have a repeat of this in other parts of the country.
Now, quite condemnable, and we're hoping that the families of those abducted will be reunited.
And unfortunate situations very soon. Nigeria is supposed to be practicing a state that is non-religious. How do they say it again? We are a secular state. I think that's the term they usually use. But you and I know that we are just secular on paper.
Mr. Shehu, why I ask is because of the Ramadan observation. Now, statistics coming in this morning peg it at 11.5 million school children that have now been unfairly restricted access to education, and this would last for the entire period of Ramadan. 5 states have been named this morning, to include Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, and we have Bauchi joining them as well, where schooling activities have been put on hold until the end of Ramadan. In some states, much like Kebbi, even the hours of work for civil servants have also been drastically reduced. On one angle, the argument is that it's in keeping with the religious observance. On the other angle, the Christian Association of Nigerians is calling that it is not fair to students who are not Muslims, who might be atheists, Christians, or even they should not interfere with learning activities.
Brian, it's coming to the center of discussion, but that was our lead headline last week Thursday, and I can actually give you data from the top of my head. Bauchi, Katsina, Kebbi, the state with the highest number of out-of-school children in Nigeria. Of schools or of states where education for children is actually inadequate. I'm telling you statistics. And that was because it was our lead deadline on Thursday last week. And it's still the same state that are now telling children in their students and pupils in their state. We went further to now do a comparison, because Islam is a global religion. It's not just practiced in Nigeria. So we did a global study to ascertain if there is any nation in the world where holidays are declared for schools to shut down. That, of course, is the headquarters. There is no nation in the world. What we notice is what Kebbi, for instance, introduced for their civil service. The hour of work is usually reduced. That is, most time is reduced by 2 hours to ensure that Muslims Ummah in those nations can have extra. And it's even more appalling that the states who are doing this, they are the states where education in their state is all-time low. So it simply tells you that these people are actually divorced from reality. They are divorced from reality. And I'm actually surprised that Khan is just coming out now, because Khan in Bauchi, for instance, when we interviewed the chairman of Khan in Bauchi last week, he said what they did was that, sorry, we interviewed the chairman of Christian school owners, because when they heard it, Christians who own school quickly came together and said, what's going to be our reaction? They went to Khan, and the Khan in their state actually told them that though the governor claims that he has met with every stakeholders and every stakeholder has a buy-in, but there was never a time that Khan in the state was called for any meeting prior to shutting down the schools. And we noticed that across all these states, they now put up very stiff monitoring team to ensure that any church or any private individual that flouts this order receives the harshest sanctions you can imagine. Now, my intervention for me is that if you now see the level of discussion, and that has been the reason for our level of retrogression in this country, is that if you go on social media, traditional media, you just see the discussion is now reduced to religion. Instead of the fact that it's out there, people's education have been disrupted, and some some examination body will not change their calendar because of anything. Common entrance is first coming for primary school, people who are exiting primary school to secondary school. It is a NECO that now conducts junior WAEC, and the date has been fixed. WAEC, GAM, the rest of them, they are there, and you say schools should shut down. And people are discussing around, no, what is good for Christians is good for Muslim. Come on. We should not be discussing this in 21st century in a nation that is supposed to be a secular nation. But sadly, those are the type of leaders we have across Nigeria. Type of leaders who don't reason to facts and figures. They only reason to emotions and narrow prism of religion and ethnicity.
Now, on that part of leadership, do you think at this part we need to hear the Honorable Minister of Education, Mr. Tunji Alausa, make a statement in this regard? What are the respective state house of assemblies in these states saying? And should even be a matter before the National Assembly in regards to this reoccurring practice that did not just start this year?
Is Tunji Alausa the federal minister? I think he's a state minister.
For states.
The federal minister is a Muslim, and you know the thorny issue of religion and ethnicity in this country. But also don't forget we run a federal system, so you will not blame ministers. States, governors, states, house of assemblies constitutionally have the right, because education is on the concurrent list. It's not on the exclusive list. So it's not a federal government thing. It's states, because it's on the concurrent, they can legislate on how they can say they are shutting down schools for 1 year. The minister at the federal level can only advise them not to do that. But in issues like this, I expect the Minister of Education to come out and advise state governors and also tell them the implication of what they are doing. They are actually taking those children a few months backwards by this decision, and that's a clear thing.
Very well then, in concluding our review this morning of headline stories, the last issue is as it concerns the high cost of medical care. In line with that, reports are that many Nigerians now tilt towards self-medication, totally disregarding the dangers of kidney failure, drug resistance, antimicrobial resistance as well, and the other dangers that accrued to such harmful practice. I don't know if it's another issue that would be left for either a regional approach, a federal government approach, or is it a matter of sensitization? What could be done in this regard?
Well, thank you. I want to look at this headline from two perspectives. On the increasing cost of Medicare on one side, and the alarmist, I deliberately choose that word, the alarmist tendency of saying such thing as self-medication. Because most times when people talk about self-medication, they also want to suggest that the herbal trado medical care is self-help, and so the only way to treat yourself is using the Western Medicare. I think that's not correct, and I really find it unacceptable that a nation like Nigeria, with very rich history of highly effective tradomedical care, we've not deemed it fit to ensure that we formalize and organize that sector of our country. For me, it's unfortunate. While I was much younger, I know, for instance, that there were certain type of ailments that we had then, things like fever. While I was young, I can't remember anybody taking us to the hospital. Our parents have a way of mixing these different leaves together. I'm Yoruba, so they mix those things together, and just drinking and bathing those things will become better off, highly effective. I know of several other things that you just need to call, tell the people who know what to do, they put them together, and you are good. What I expect the Minister of Health and those who are saddled with the responsibility in that space to do is to see how we can up our ante, encourage these people to now begin to bring in some level of exactness to the dosage, to the prescriptions, and we will save ourselves this cry for cost of Medicare is increasing. Because there are some of these things that you really don't need to pay anything. It just means you go to the closest bush, the closest farm, you get them, or you talk to people who go to farm, they get it for you, and you really don't need to pay anything. And they will be as effective, if not more effective, than the Medicares in the hospitals. That's what I said, that is on one side. So we must start thinking. I'm aware that India, where many people run to today, the reason why we are running there is that they've been able to formalize their tradomedical department in that country, and they are also operating not suboptimally, they are operating optimally like the Western drugs. I know also that that is also true for China. That is true for several other parts of the world. Can we also borrow a leaf and also formalize our own health sector? On the other side is the cost of Medicare. We had this discussion sometimes ago when the minister, when he came in then. One of the promises that he made, among several other things, I mean Professor Pate, the Minister of Health, one of the promises he made was that we would begin to have mega pharmaceutical companies set up in Nigeria, because that's the only way we can cut down on the huge cost of bringing in drugs from other countries. And the danger of even bringing in drugs from this country is that sometimes your level of control is very limited. It's very, very, very limited. And just to also add that what NAFDAC discovered in major open drug markets across the country, in Anambra, in Lagos, and other parts of the country, is a scary situation and a major reminder that we must find a way to ensure that our pharmaceutical companies in Nigeria have a revival of a sort. And I think government at the federal level has a huge duty to actually do in this area. And at the sub-national, we have seen state government invest in beauty, At least I know of Benue government. I just put a huge sum of money to support alcohol production in their state. I know Anambra has a huge stake in another alcoholic brewery company. Is it wrong if we now start seeing state government and even local government support pharmaceuticals, maybe to produce the common drugs in their own local government in their state? I think that's the way to think. When a pharmaceutical is just running something very little, just tell them, give us 50% stake. It will increase employment. We will have drugs at reduced cost. We will have drugs that we can fully control to ensure that they conform to the strictest and highest standards. This, for me, this is how governors should think. But we have a state governor, for instance, that budgeted 98 billion for Ramadan fasting. We had a governor who budgeted several billions for marriage. That can be serious leadership. And that's exactly where we are getting it wrong. So these things are not cast in stone. They can be solved if we get our priorities right. And that's why we are having the issues we are having. As a nation, at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level, we don't know how to prioritize. We don't know how to forgo the wrong alternatives to ensure that as a nation, we become better, we get better dividends from our investment as a people.
Well, very salient points raised on the show this morning. We must thank you for your time on the program, Mr. Shehu Oni, and your contributions to national issues.
Thank you so much for always having me, and do have a great day ahead.
You too, sir. Now, in keeping with more stories that we will discuss this morning, be reminded that you can rewatch this conversation on our YouTube channel at ADBNTV_NG. We'll be back after this timeout to pick on other issues in the news. Stay with us.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. To get the latest news straight to your phone, join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
My dear and gallant honorable colleagues, this is a notice of resignation as Speaker of the 10th Assembly. Once again, history beckoned on me to make personal sacrifice towards resolving the steaming, implacable leadership crisis rocking this Assembly of Patriots. I come from the illustrious Lawal Akapo family of Lagos. My family has played and shall continue to play defining roles in entrenching democracy, good governance, and the development of our people. I will never depart from the well-established path of honor, dignity, integrity, and the service as personified by my late father, Chief Taurid Akoni Lawal Akapo Adejiyan II, the past Ojora of Lagos. Please permit me, dear colleagues, to reinstate the position I previously expressed in a league publication wherein I stated as follows. 1. It is with every sense of responsibility that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly with effect from today, 3rd of March 2025. I did not arrive at this decision lightly. Indeed, I took it careful consideration all the primary and integral circumstances that accumulated in my election as Speaker on the 13th of January 2025. On the one hand, and the recent political turmoil, which is threatening the cohesion of this honorable House, on the other hand. We had a representative of the good people of Lagos with a mandate to protect our democracy and ensure good governance. I am a good student of political history, and in this regard, I know that this is a point at which, as your leader, I have to make this selfless sacrifice to resign in order to protect this institution. With your unflinching support, I made history as the first female Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly. And I value and cherish the solidarity freely given to me. My esteemed honorable members, I do not leave out the management and staff of this assembly. I am sincerely grateful to each of you for your support and collaboration during my short but very interesting tenure. I leave this position as the Right Honorable Speaker of this House, and I shall continue to serve my good people of Apapa Constituency 1 in particular, and our team in Lagos in general. Thank you for finding me worthy to lead this distinguished and honorable assembly. I am not a quitter. However, I took the above decision in order to save this legislative institution from further unnecessary conflict and embarrassment. Accordingly, and in deference to the distance of our esteemed political leaders, I have agreed to yet again make a personal sacrifice by stepping down as the Speaker of this great assembly. Dear distinguished and gallant honorable members of this 10th assembly, occasionally we are confronted with esteemed overwhelming challenges in conflict management, but as a responsible leader, we will not bring down the legislative house. We collectively build in pursuit of justice and fairness. For those who have been unfairly verified for standing on the side of fair play, kindly take note that there will always be opportunity to right any wrong. I am entranced by the dialogue of personal messages, phone calls, public show of support, and groundswell of solidarity from a broad spectrum of our society. Indeed, our nation is blessed with great men and women of honor. It is my fervent hope that the leadership of our great party will continue to provide guidance and support for the aspiration of our people. I sincerely thank you all for your understanding and support. Just like we know that the party decision is supreme. At this point, I take a bow as your Speaker, and I step down as your Speaker of this great House. But before I leave, I have a little song. And I give the credit to one of our Islamic singers. Oreni, Oreni, ibi ẹlẹ́wàdé yìí náà, Oreni. Àwọn mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ká tó sáré bẹ́yìn kan mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀ ní ilé wa. God bless Lagos State and God bless Nigeria.
Just Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clark, our party leader, ladies and gentlemen. I, Honorable Prince Nureni Ayinde Akinsanya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved. Thank you. I hereby second the nomination of Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as the Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly. Thank you.
Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? In view of no other nominations, I hereby declare Honorable Ajayi Obasa as the new Speaker of the 10th Assembly, Lagos State House of Assembly.
Administration of oath of the office of the Speaker on Honorable Mr. Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as the Speaker of the 10th House of Assembly. He has elected to swear on the Holy Quran.
I, Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties. I will always perform my official duties diligently and efficiently. I will not engage or be involved in any activities in conflict, either directly or indirectly, with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. I will, in the performance of my official duties, eschew and expose corruption in any of its traces in and outside the public service. I will not communicate or reveal any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties to any person except as may be required for the due discharge of my official duties as the Speaker. I will always follow the path of justice, honesty, and comfort among all the people of Lagos State, in particular, Nigeria in general, in all I do. Help me, Allah.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, sir. Please put your signature here. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
Sir, please, you have to sign the second one. There's one.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I want to start by appreciating my colleagues. I want to thank you for your support, your dedication, your loyalty, and your staunch belief in our party and the utmost respect for our party leaders. I thank you, and I will always appreciate you for all you do. And let me sincerely single out my sister, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Moji Miranda, who has been very, very, very supportive, loyal as Deputy Speaker. I thank you, ma'am, for everything. Thank you. God bless you. Let me also recognize our party chairman, Cornelius Jelabi, and his team from our party secretariat. I thank you. I thank you for everything.
Now, these were highlights of yesterday's plenary on the floor of the Lagos State House of Assembly that saw plenary begin, presided over by the then Speaker, Mojisola Miranda, who thanked the House for her 49 days in office as the first female Speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly, before then tendering her resignation and reverting to her role as Deputy Speaker. Following her reversal, Mudasiru Obasa was reinstated as the Speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly, thereby thanking his deputy for her unwavering commitment in what we understand was a midwifed arrangement by the Baba Bisi Akonde-led panel and the Governor Advisory Council of Lagos State, looking to peacefully resolve some of the tension that had greeted the seat of speakership in Lagos State and the tussles that had ensued. Now, this has been analyzed from the perspective of a political situation in what could have turned even more ugly. Now, whilst this is the case, we're looking to get insights as to how this situation would shape the legislative house's duties going forward. And in so doing, we'll be joined by Mr. Ben Aguloye this morning to revisit this issue in the news at a moment in Nigeria's history where the relationship between the three arms of government are discussed from the prison of the separation of powers ideology. Many would tell you that across states, the legislative arm of government, in its Nigeria phrase and parlance, had been dubbed rubber stamp, owing to the fact that it is the biddings of the executive that directs their legislative deliberations. But in recent times, such has not been the case in Rivers State, where there is clearly a fracture in relationship between the governor and the Amahule-led assembly. This will prededicate our conversations after the break as Mr. Ben joins us to discuss these issues. At 9:30, we also hope to delve into the Rivers State House of Assembly matters with more insights from our guests scheduled for that time. But in the interim, let's take a quick commercial break. When we return, we'll revisit the conversations at hand.
In the heart of Uyo, two young women with big dreams and even bigger egos are about to turn everything upside down. Meet Mfong
Eyo Dudu, aka
the brokest rich babe in Akwa Ibom, and Mena, the worry girl who's convinced she's Uyo's finest. Thrown together by fate, they are living the dream and trying not to kill each other. In a city full of hope, hustle, and hilarious missteps, they'll learn that sometimes the only way to make it is by sticking together.
but it's so hard not to lose hope. I know.
Akposongudong, when everything's already wrong, what can possibly go right? And with their band of crazy friends and flatmates,
I was joking earlier. I'm your landlady.
You are the caretaker.
all you get is more spice, more drama, more laughter.
I was just with my brother. yes, I have a new brother.
Lots of brothers doing it. Wow.
Get ready for the funniest ride of your life. Akposongudong, where dreams meet reality. What could go wrong? Everything.
So you see, these are billionaire dreams. You don't go ever die. Tomorrow, we go harder. We go harder.
Coming soon, only on ADBN TV.
The overall function of the parliament is adequate representation of their constituents in state echoes to federation.
Removal of fuel subsidy, resources to critical sectors such as education and health. A call to unity and progress of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
NAS Unplugged is a program that will highlight topical issues from both chambers of the National Assembly, from bills, motions, and constituency projects.
Guys have it.
Catch the program on ADBN TV, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as we bring you activities of the National Assembly as it affects the people.
During the flood disaster in Maiduguri and its environs.
For increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The ayes have it.
NAS Unplugged, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m.
Step into the heartbeat of the world where news meets real talk. From breakthroughs in diplomacy to humanitarian challenges and scientific milestones, Global Digest takes you beyond the headlines and straight to the heart of the matter. I am Amma Marcus. Be a part of the world unfolding stories at 3 p.m. on ADBN, channel 258 on DSTV, and Star Times, channel 140. Global Digest, your window to the world's current affairs, only on Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to the world where innovation meets opportunity, where ideas become empires. This is Market TV.
I am Idorian Flannan, and every week I'll be taking you inside the dynamic world of marketing and commercial business.
From groundbreaking startups to big businesses, Market TV brings you the best pricing and latest goods on display.
It's all about understanding your audience and staying ahead of the trends.
Witness the creative processes that drive the various brands.
Join us as we dive deep into the strategies that shape the commercial landscape. From streets to traditional advertising and social media, we cover it all.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or an aspiring entrepreneur, Market TV provides the insights you need to thrive.
This show gave us the tool to turn our vision into reality.
So, if you're ready to master the market, tune into Market TV every Saturday at 6 p.m.
Welcome to the world where innovation meets opportunity, where ideas become empires. This is Market TV.
I am Idorian Flannan, and every week I'll be taking you inside the dynamic world of marketing and commercial business.
From groundbreaking startups to big businesses, Market TV brings you the best pricing and latest goods on display.
It's all about understanding your audience and staying ahead of the trends.
Witness the creative processes that drive the various brands.
Join us as we dive deep into the strategies that shape the commercial landscape. From streets to traditional advertising and social media, we cover it all.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or an aspiring entrepreneur, Market TV provides the insights you need to thrive.
This show gave us the tool to turn our vision into reality.
So, if you're ready to master the market, tune into Market TV every Saturday at 6 p.m.
Welcome to the Niger Delta, a region of incredible beauty and stark contrast. From its breathtaking landscapes to its rich cultural heritage, this is a place where history and modernity collide. But beneath this serene surface lies a story of struggle and resilience. The Niger Delta is the lifeblood of Nigeria's economy, home to vast oil reserves that fuel the nation, yet it is a land where the people fight for their share of the wealth. Join us on the program Niger Delta Today as we explore the heart of the Niger Delta, discover the vibrant cultures, the struggles for environmental justice, and the stories of the people who call this place home. This is the Niger Delta, a land of contrast, a story of resilience, a journey of hope. Don't miss our exclusive series, Niger Delta Today, every day at 12 noon, only on ADBN TV. Witness the untold stories, experience the journey, be part of the change.
The global business is never static. Watch the market report on ADBN TV for business information, latest happening, business deals, government economic policies, stock, crude oil and commodity trading, financial upstick and downstick, and the world of organized private sector. The market report showing on ADBN TV 1 to 2 p.m. Monday to Friday. The market report bringing you up to speed in the business world.
What's up, thrill seekers? We're here.
And alongside me, the fabulous Matilda. Get ready for an adrenaline rush of sight, sound, and unforgettable experiences. Don't miss your chance to experience the events like never before. Events 360.
Your passport to the world's hottest event.
Only on ADBN TV.
In a world of overwhelming voices where everyone has different opinion on different issues, it is important that we bring the core issue to the fore. Join me, Nancy Banigo, on Softline as we lend our voices to inform and influence your thoughts and actions. This is not just mere talk, it is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
The overall function of the Parliament is adequate representation of their constituents in state echoes the Federation.
Removal of fuel subsidy, resources to critical sectors such as education and health. A call to unity and progress of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
NAS Unplugged is a program that will highlight topical issues from both chambers of the National Assembly, from bills, motions, and constituency projects.
Guys have it.
Catch the program on ADBN TV, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as we bring you activities of the National Assembly as it affects the people.
During the flood disaster in Maiduguri and its environs.
For increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
The eyes have it.
NAS Unplugged, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m.
Mystery Voice, object number 2. Mystery Voice.
Jesus. Jesus.
Panelist, is the cake animal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is it human?
Human.
Male?
Male.
Mr. Chairman, is this human we're looking for alive?
It's alive! 3 questions, panelists.
20 questions. A Bush House Nigeria Witty Parlor game is back with a bang.
Now on ADBN, DSTV channel 258 and Star Times channel 140. Wednesday, 11 a.m. to midday, with a repeat on Friday, 9 to 10 p.m. Passion 94.5 FM, Uyo, Monday, 4 p.m. with a repeat on Saturday, 8 p.m. 20 questions, back with a bang. We never left. Don't miss it.
20 questions.
In the heart of Uyo, two young women with big dreams and even bigger egos are about to turn everything upside down. Meet Mfong.
Mfong Eyo Dudu, aka
the brokest rich babe in Akwa Ibom, and Mena, the worry girl who's convinced she's Uyo's finest. Thrown together by fate, they are living the dream and trying not to kill each other. In a city full of hope, hustle, and hilarious missteps, they'll learn that sometimes the only way to make it is by sticking together.
But it's so hard not to lose hope. I know.
Akpo Songudong, when everything's already wrong, what can possibly go right? And with their band of crazy friends and flatmates.
I was joking earlier. I'm your landlady.
You are the caretaker.
All you get is more spice, more drama, more laughter.
I was just with my brother. yes, I have a new brother.
Not of brothers doing it. No one.
Get ready for the funniest ride of your life. Akpo Songudong, where dreams meet reality. What could go wrong? Everything.
So you see, these are billionaire dreams. You don't go ever die. Tomorrow, we go harder. We go harder.
Coming soon, only on ADBN TV.
Welcome to FCT in Focus, your window to the vibrant heartbeat of Nigeria's capital. We dive deep into the core of the FCT, exploring how key policies and decisions shape lives across the city. From exclusive insights into the FCT administration to voices from the streets, we bring you stories that matter. Catch FCT in Focus every Saturday and Sunday at noon. Tune in for the latest stories directly from the nation's hearts.
Here is a program promotion. Power City International 98 Waniba Road, Uyo, Nigeria returns to Passion 94.5 FM and ADBN DSTV channel 258 and Star Times channel 140. The program, of course, is daily 2-hour Riot Live, Righteous Invasion of Truth. Riot Live by Global Barber, Dr. Abel Damina, and Ask the Counselor. The Abel Damina segment anchored by the Intercontinental Mr. Michael Bush, broadcast on Passion 94.5 FM, Uyo, Nigeria from 6:15 to 8:15 p.m. Monday to Friday, and from 8 to 10 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. On ADBN television, the program broadcast from 10 p.m. to midnight daily. Please tune in accordingly and hear not only the undiluted gospel of Christ, but also wise answers to everyday life questions.
Glory!
Welcome to the program. Signed, Management.
Victory Station.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. Get the latest news straight to your phone. Join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
Well, thanks for staying with us on Morning Express as we look to review situations in Rivers State. Following a court judgment and an ultimatum is issued by the Amahule-led assembly to Governor Sasim-Nalai Fubara to represent the 2025 appropriation bill within 48 hours. This morning, joining us virtually from Rivers State is Right Honorable Prince Toye Jemini Miema, who is the Speaker Rivers State Leaders Assembly. Honorable Toye, good morning to you. Can you hear me? Good morning to you, sir. Can you hear me? Whilst the connection is buffering and we're looking to... kindly check that you're not muted at your end, sir. Now, whilst our Right Honourable Prince Toye is taking our time to get himself set so that we can have this conversation, just to reiterate a few points raised, is the fact that the Amahule-led assembly is also saying that the House will proceed on a 12-week recess from Friday, regardless of if Governor Sasim-Nalai presents the 2024 budget or not. And this has been looked at as to how it would resolve the issues in Rivers with the polity already heated. Now, and if we have Right Honourable Prince Toye Jeminiema's connection more stable, let's see if we can get his thoughts on this development. Good morning to you, Right Honourable.
Hello.
Hello, sir. I can hear you now.
Hello.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Honorable Ambassador Dr. Prince Toye Jeminiema. I am the Right Honorable Speaker of the Rivers State Youth Leaders Assembly of Nigeria, an incorporated trustee.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you for...
With regards to the activities of Rivers State, the crisis in Rivers State, and as a follow-up of Supreme Court judgment, I want to make it very, very clear here that under Section 188, Part 2, of the 1999 Constitution further explains the process of impeachment of a governor and his deputy. But we are aware now that these House of Assembly members led by Martins Amewule, their agenda is not for the interest of the people of Rivers State, but for their personal interest. All they are after is to impeach the governor. That is their main purpose. Impeachment of the governor is their prerogative, their purpose at this point in time. But it is not easy to impeach a governor. There exists a lot, but it's only when there is bureaucracy, bottleneck, I get what I mean, that makes it impracticable in the case of Rivers State. It's only that they can impeach a governor.
Now, Right Honorable,
please,
Right
you should know that Martins Amewule and his committee of friends can sit and do their committee of friends meeting and discuss for the time being. And their impeachment threat does not hold water as it stands now, because the Rivers people will resist it.
Now, Right Honorable,
and it stands that the governor has not done anything bad against the people of Rivers State. He has been executing projects, touching lives, all the developmental projects of His Excellency the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Dr. Sasim-Nalai Fubara, is geared towards ensuring that Rivers people smiles. Look at the health sector, look at the educational sector,
now, Honorable Toye,
look at the road infrastructure.
Honorable Toye, are you with me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? My question now to you is on the ultimatum, the 48 hours ultimatum. Are you listening to me, Honorable Toye? Whilst you are certain that the ultimatum is geared towards impeaching the governor, is it logical to request that the budget be represented in 48 hours? Right Honorable Toye, I know it's quite a very emotional subject for you, but let's...
I'm not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I'm not hearing you.
Take your time. I see you're trying to connect your earpiece. Once you're done, I think you'd hear me. Can you hear me?
I'm not hearing you.
All right, Honorable Prince, can you hear me?
Let us also understand at this point that there is a matter before the Federal High Court instituted by the Right Honorable Speaker of the Rivers State Youth Leaders Assembly, Right Honorable Victor Okojumbo, and other members of the Assembly. The matter at the Federal High Court is specifically on defection issue. We are aware under Section 109 that talks about defection and its constitutional effects. As a member of the Rivers State House of Assembly, if you defect from a political party to another political party, automatically your seat is declared vacant. And that matter, as I speak, is before the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt, which matter was adjourned by the judge of that court to 30th of April 2025. Until that matter is resolved, Martins Amevule and his cause cannot sit and give directive to the governor of Rivers State, because the Supreme Court judgment does not include that the defection matter has been cleared by them. No, it has not been cleared by them. The matter is still in court. It's in the Federal High Court, Port Harcourt.
Right, Honorable Prince.
Very clear.
I believe you can hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Well, we appreciate that you've made your position known on this matter, citing the cases before the Supreme Court. But in this matter, a lot of persons continue to say that the Rivers peoples are the one who would suffer the most, whilst there's ongoing back and forth between the governor and Mehule-led assembly is ongoing. In the interim, do you think that the Rivers elders can, much like we saw in the Lagos situation, provide a political situation, a resolution to this matter? Check your connection again, Right Honorable Prince. We seem to have lost audio from your end. Hope you're not muted at your end. Now, whilst Right Honorable Ambassador Dr. Prince Tonye Jiminimi, like he addresses himself, the Speaker of the Rivers Youth Assembly, makes his position known following the Supreme Court judgment and the ultimatum is issued by the Amahule-led Rivers Assembly to Governor Saseminalai Fubara, in which he's been given 48 hours to represent the 2025 appropriation bill. It is also met with a caveat. The caveat is that the Amahule-led Assembly would embark on recess from Friday for 12 weeks. Now, it is important to state the position of a budget in the spending of government. And whilst this is the case, the Governor Saseminalai Fubara yesterday in a press conference stated that he does not fear an impeachment from the Amehule-led Assembly. Now, whilst this is the debate, many are asking if the order of priority in River State is not the people now in this regard, or is it based on the seeming existence of a feud between the governor and this faction of the Assembly. Now, whilst the issues before the court are also including the defection of 27 lawmakers, big debates are on how the Rivers people would get governance in terms of the execution of projects as captured in the 2025 budget earlier presented to the Okojumbo Assembly. Now, if our connections at your end, Right Honorable Jiminimi, is better now, I'd like to find out from you how you believe the Rivers people would be able to stand for themselves in this regard. Kindly unmute yourself. You can barely make any sound from your end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, better. I can hear you now. Carry on.
Fine. I said you can understand it very clear that the Rivers people and its residents are not comfortable. They are not comfortable with what transpired in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court seizing the allocation that belongs to Rivers State is to rob the entirety of Rivers people. No normal thinking human being will do that. The governor of Rivers State has 99% mandate of Rivers indigenes. It's only 1% that Martin Amowile and his group are controlling. It is very clear that you have seized the allocation that belongs to Rivers State, blocking all the areas where the government will derive funds to keep developing the state, where all the Rivers people are happy with him. Does that make sense? To me, it doesn't make sense. We frown at it. We are not happy at all of what has happened. We are not happy. All of us are aware what transpired 2 years ago at the Rivers State House of Assembly. Giving a judgment in favor of those people is totally robbing the entire Rivers indigenous of their rights and political mandates. I must be very frank here. We all are aware. The matter are all over social media. The CNN captured it. BBC captured it. Where this person, 17 lawmakers, officially defected to another political party. Herein they are referred to as All Progressive Congress, APC. The state chairman received them wholeheartedly, congratulated them, and gave the marching order that members of that party, APC, to see them as old members, not new members, and give them all the rights that do them as old members in line with the constitution. Thereafter, the state chairman and his executive, headed by Tony Okocha, Chief Tony Okocha, took these 27 lawmakers to Abuja to meet with our dear father, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to introduce them as members of APC. Don't forget, these 27 lawmakers were duly elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. I casted my vote that day during that contest. I casted PDP because PDP at that time was the order of the day. Till now, PDP remains the order of the day under the leadership of His Excellency, Sir Dr. Similalayim Fubara, GSS-ROS, the Executive Governor of Rivers State. The same people who performed that illegal actions were given a favor before justice. So may I look at it as a laughable thing in its entirety. Meaning that the judiciary goes under the hope of a common man, where you trust the judiciary.
Now the hope of a common man in Nigeria is the judiciary.
I'm coming. I'm taking it gradually so you understand before I arrive at the issue that you asked me. Ordinarily, judiciary initially was the hope of a common man, but now it's not like that again. I am afraid of going to court. If I have any issue with my friends now, I would want to settle it out of pressure, so I will not go to court. But I have confidence in the judiciary again. You are seeing the white and you are calling it black. We are not happy. As a youth leader, as commander-in-chief of youth leaders in Rivers State, I am not happy. I'm not happy at all. My followers are not happy. The entire youth of Rivers State are not happy with that judgment. That order given by the Supreme Court, acting that, declaring the authenticity of Martin Amowile and his team as the authentic Rivers House of Assembly, my brother, we will not take it. We will not accept that.
Now, right on,
we will not accept that.
Right on.
Thereafter, in this note, I'm appealing to Mr. President to critically study that judgment. There are some judgments that will cause pandemonium, chaos.
It's on this cause of pandemonium and chaos I want to ask you my question. Because we're seeing all the videos coming out from Rivers, it may seem as though those loyal to the governor has hit the streets. Those loyal to Amahule-led assembly have also hit the streets, and They've been chanting songs insulting.
The people on the street, the people on the street are the people loyal. The people on the street are the people loyal to Martin Amule. The governor that I know that's a peace-loving governor can never instruct his people to go on the street. No, I disagree on that. Say I say so. As the youth leader of this state, say I say so. Have mobilized to cause chaos and pandemonium.
Those on the streets in your ward, those on the streets in your ward are those loyal to Honorable Amahule and not the governor.
Not the governor. The governor is a peace-loving governor.
Now in this
I so much love. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I so much like the leadership style of His Excellency the Governor. I must tell you the truth. He's always following the path of peace. If not the governor, if it's not Sir Dr. Siglala Infobara as governor of River, let me tell you, River State would have been put into a direct fire where everywhere will be catching and bombing. But the man is a man who has the fear of God, who decides to follow things according to the law, according to the 1999 Constitution.
Now, in this instance, many are asking, because we almost saw a similar situation in Lagos, but yesterday it was resolved for a political situation.
Who decided to follow the rule of law, who's not abiding, and he followed without that Your Excellency do this so that we'll have peace. He said, no, peace is the order of the day, and the man keep doing the peace.
Now, Right Honorable Toye, the question now is, we've seen a similar issue.
I'm aware that Martin Amule and his group, have decided to mobilize people from the neighboring state.
No, hold on. Before we get to that, Right Honorable Prince Toye, before we get to that, my question is, can we replicate what was obtainable in Lagos yesterday in Rivers? Do you think at this point, elders and elder statesmen in Rivers State can broker some political situation to resolve this issue between the governor and the Amahule-led assembly? Is it beyond repair? Well, whilst network is buffering, it's a question with 5 minutes left. I know it's quite emotional on the part of Right Honorable Prince Toye Jimini as he looks to make his points, but in 5 minutes, I'm hoping you can tell us the position of
in
River State.
If Lagos matter can be replicated in Rivers State, is that what to ask?
Yes, please.
Let me clear that clearly.
Yes, please.
It is very clear. This matter is a political solution that can be resolved, just like the one of Lagos State. Supreme Court did not take any decision that will put the Lagos State in a state of comatose, pandemonium and chaos. No. No, the matter in Lagos State was a political solution, which I know can be tried in Rivers State. The governor, as a man I know, have created all the atmosphere, conducive atmosphere for political solution to take total control of the crisis in Rivers State. But the other party have refused to let go. He has consulted major stakeholders to put an end to this issue of Rivers crisis. The other party have refused to follow suit. So what I want to appeal to them, or the only person that has that capacity and ability to end Rivers crisis, is the President and Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCSR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's the only one that can put an end to this madness, knowing fully well that these 27 lawmakers, they are no longer lawmakers. He needs to call them to order. Let them go back.
Well, Right Honorable Prince Toye, it may seem as though your network...
As the leader of all you leaders in Rivers, the assembly, is the assembly that's headed by Victor Okojombo. That's the only assembly recognized now by law, by Rivers people, by the entire Rivers, by 99% of electorates that voted these are people. They are only recognizing Victor Okojombo as the only ASEP assembly of Rivers State. The president is aware that what these 27 lawmakers are doing are against the 1999 constitution. Is aware. as the chief law commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He can come into this matter and resolve this matter. Rivers State is the treasure base of Nigeria. If Rivers State is dead, Nigeria is dead. Let us be sincere. Let us call our state, call the state a state.
Now, right on.
If there is no Rivers State, there is no Nigeria.
Right on.
So now, it is now that Rivers people want to see the love President Ahmed Bola Tinubu has for them. To my hope, to me, as a youth leader, I want to advise the president to wade into this matter and tell the INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission, to conduct a fresh election to fill in those 27 vacant seats in Rivers State. They are aware, the APC leadership, but they are aware, the Supreme Court is aware that these people actually defected from PDP, who gave them the mandate, to the APC. Now, and I thought they can never be.
Right on. I'm afraid this is as much as time would allow, and I'm very happy you left the best for the last in your appeal to Mr. President. Let's leave it there and hope that the president will listen to your appeal.
Let me also advise the governor.
This is as much as time will permit. We appreciate you. We're hoping that we can revisit this conversation. Thank you very much.
I see you 6 minutes. I'm watching my time.
We have a commercial to take at this time, and that will be it. But we must appreciate you. Would extend our invitations to you when next we look to revisit this issue. We hope that before then, your appeal will be heard by Mr. President. Well, this is where we draw the curtains to a close on quite a heated debate this morning on the Rivers State's situation. And in line with the 48-hour ultimatum as issued by the Honorable Martin Amahule-led Assembly to Governor Sasim Nalai Fubara, in which he has 48 hours to represent the 2025 appropriation bill, with a threat that come Friday, the faction of the Assembly will be embarking on a 12-week recess. Now, the governor, on the other hand, says he is not afraid of any impeachments. He has also said that the Rivers people's will prevail. Be reminded that the court injunction has also restricted the disbursement of allocation to Rivers States.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
It is Groovy Mono, aka the Steve Prince.
Yo, what's up? It's Big Shags. I'm in London.
Hey guys, I'm Princess Jekoko. My name is Mutale Mwanza, the Queen of Zambian Media.
My name is Grand Prince Itek. Hi guys, my name is Baj Adebule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello guys, I'm Falagade Banks.
My name is Kelechi Amadiobi, photographer, storyteller.
My name is Lanrade Dura, I'm an actor. My name is Chidi Mokime.
Hi, my name is Uche Uba.
It's today's season.
I'm Miss Thames.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy. You can call me the Entertainer.
My name is Esio Dometa. I am an actor and a film producer.
My name is Sabi Kubala.
Hi. My name is Julius the Genius. I would give a shout out to ADBN.
Big shout out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN.
And you are watching.
Keep watching ADBN TV.
And this is ADBN TV.
And this is a shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching, don't switch the dial. Shout out to ADBN. Keep watching, love.
And you are watching ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV.
I've got one thing for you. Make sure you keep watching ADBN TV.
And shout out
to ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. Don't touch the dial.
And you're watching
ADBN TV. Keep watching ADBN TV.
And I'm shouting out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN TV.
Keep watching ADBN TV. This is where to be. And you're watching ADBN.
And shout out to
ADBN TV.
And shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching.
And you're watching ADBN TV.
Keep watching ADBN TV.
Right now you're checking out ADBN TV. One time.
ADBN. Keep watching. I love you and kisses.
Keep watching ADBN.
And a special shout out to ADBN. Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
Please don't touch that dial.
Stay groovy.
Hey, Bobby.
Ha!
It's a shout out to ADBN.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to the Niger Delta, a region of incredible beauty and stark contrast. From its breathtaking landscapes to its rich cultural heritage, this is a place where history and modernity collide. But beneath this serene surface lies a story of struggle and resilience. The Niger Delta is the lifeblood of Nigeria's economy, home to vast oil reserves that fuel the nation, yet it is a land where the people fight for their share of the wealth. Join us on the program Niger Delta Today as we explore the heart of the Niger Delta, discover the vibrant cultures, the struggles for environmental justice, and the stories of the people who call this place home. This is the Niger Delta, a land of contrast, a story of resilience, a journey of hope. Don't miss our exclusive series, Niger Delta Today, every day at 12 noon, only on ADBN TV. Witness the untold stories, experience the journey, be part of the change.
The overall function of the parliament is adequate representation of their constituents in state echoes to federation.
Removal of fuel subsidies, resources to critical sectors such as education and health. A call to unity and progress of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
NAS Unplugged is a program that will highlight topical issues from both chambers of the National Assembly, from bills, motions, and constituency projects.
Guys have it.
Catch the program on ADBN TV, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as we bring you activities of the National Assembly as it affects the people.
During the flood disaster in Maiduguri and its environs.
For increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
The eyes have it.
NAS Unplugged, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m.
Welcome to FCT in Focus, your window to the vibrant heartbeat of Nigeria's capital. We dive deep into the core of the FCT, exploring how key policies and decisions shape lives across the city. From exclusive insights into the FCT administration to voices from the streets, we bring you stories that matter. Catch FCT in Focus every Saturday and Sunday at noon. Tune in for the latest stories directly from the nation's hearts.
What's up, thrill seekers?
When here.
And alongside me, the fabulous Matilda. Get ready for an adrenaline rush of sight, sound, and unforgettable experiences. Don't miss your chance to experience the events like never before. Event 360.
Your passport to the world's hottest event.
Only on ADBN TV.
In the heart of Uyo, two young women with big dreams and even bigger egos are about to turn everything upside down. Meet Mfong.
Mfong Eyo Dudu, aka
the brokest rich babe in Akwa Ibom, and Mena, the worry girl who's convinced she's Uyo's finest. Thrown together by fate, they are living the dream and trying not to kill each other. In a city full of hope, hustle, and hilarious missteps, they'll learn that sometimes the only way to make it is by sticking together.
But it's so hard not to lose hope. I know.
Akpo Songudong, when everything's already wrong, what can possibly go right? And with their band of crazy friends and flatmates.
I was joking earlier. I'm your last.
You are the caretaker.
All you get is more spice, more drama, more laughter.
I was just with my brother. yes, I have a new brother.
Lots of brothers doing it.
Get ready for the funniest ride of your life. at Bosongodong, where dreams meet reality. What could go wrong? Everything.
So you see, these are billionaire dreams. You don't go ever die. Tomorrow, we go harder. We go harder.
Coming soon, only on ADBN TV.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. Get the latest news straight to your phone. Join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part.
Mystery Boys, object number 2. Mystery Boys.
Jesus. Jesus.
Panelist, is the cake animal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is it human?
Human.
Male?
Male. 3 questions, panelists.
20 questions. Abu Shah's Nigeria Witty Parlor game is back with a bang. Now on ADBN, DSTV channel 258 and Star Times channel 140. Wednesday, 11 a.m. to midday, with a repeat on Friday, 9 to 10 p.m. Passion 94.5 FM, Uyo, Monday, 4 p.m. with a repeat on Saturday, 8 p.m. 20 questions, back with a bang.
We never left.
Don't miss it.
20 questions.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has different opinion on different issues, it is important that we bring the core issue to the fore. Join me, Nancy Banigo, on Softline as we lend our voices to inform and influence your thoughts and actions. This is not just mere talk, it is an invocative program that touches the core of our existence.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Softline. Today, Thursday, on ADBN TV. Softline is a show, and I'm Edidiong Inyang, your anchor for today. I won't be doing this alone, but I'll be doing it with Mrs. Edith Killian, aka Funky Grandma.
Good afternoon, viewers. Today is a beautiful day, and the topic is very exciting. I think you're going to like it. Good afternoon. Thanks for being with me on the show today.
Funky Grandma.
Yeah, babe.
It's nice to have you on set. And guess what? I had to take myself back to my days when I do co-host. This, so I'm a stranger to a Thursday program on Softline. It's usually your bit, you know.
No, I take all this equally. I take all this equally. I mean it. I take all this equally.
Right.
Yeah, because the topics are not the same.
I know, but the feeling, I mean,
yeah, that's
for
true.
me,
For you, Monday, Tuesday,
for me,
let me have a piece of mind.
So me saying Tuesday, exactly. So how are you? It's nice to be with you on set today.
Yeah,
I know it rarely happens, but
because when I saw you, I said, "Wow, what's she doing here?" I said, "What's she doing here?"
Yeah,
I didn't even think twice.
I know.
So we went to the store. I said, "Wow."
Yeah.
Okay. But we're glad.
Yeah, sure. So one thing crossed my mind. I'm like, okay, let's talk about this healthy relationships between the elderly people and the young people. A lot of people think it's not right, and some feel it's okay. Some feel there is a limit to which,
Yeah.
So for me, I would like to ask, how do you feel? I enjoy the relationship, and I try to extend same to people who are much younger than myself.
Okay.
So for those who are of the opinion that it's not right,
feel somehow about it.
Exactly. So what do you think?
I'm a go-getter. I'm a go-getter. I'm everywhere for every age.
Yeah, you can say that again, Grandma.
For every age.
You can say that again.
I have never thought, these other people are too young for me.
Yeah.
Or probably a person from that team, from that group, is bold enough to walk up to me and say, "Sorry, ma, can I sit with you?" Something like that. I said, "Wow, beauty, just sit right here." I easily get through people. I'm easily accessible, even though sometimes people feel getting closer is difficult, but my heart is very free, So what I have noticed is that some younger people are more comfortable in their peers.
Okay.
Than extending to people like us. Some 45, 50, they're afraid of the elder. So sometimes when I notice that, I just shift a bit, because you understand the mother, they do. So you just give them a little break, and sometimes you just chip in.
So don't you think it's because you're more accessible and welcoming, and there are some people who are so uptight and they wouldn't allow you, the younger ones come close and feel free?
Yeah, it's because I'm easily accessible. Because I have that open-mindedness. If you're with people around, a lot of people around, people talking, and you just seclude yourself. You don't want to get along or something like that. A lot of people just think a high-mindedness of themselves. They don't want to, no, I can't talk to these children. None of that. Yes, some people have that. They don't want to get too close to people that are younger than them. They don't want to be insulted.
Exactly. You just got the word out of me, because some insinuate that when you associate with them, you get insulted. But I think it's really not true.
No, it's not at all. It's not true at all.
Yeah, there could be some tendencies too.
Yeah,
where the younger one doesn't know where to draw the boundary. But I think that's not enough to, push them away. No. Because if you allow the younger ones close to you, I guess there's some things they'll get to learn from you. Exactly.
If you're open-minded,
exactly.
You learn
and you can also learn from them.
Why not? Yeah. Each day, we learn each day from the people we see around us. We meet,
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so I think both of us are on the same page on this. So like minds, you see. So fuck you, Grandma. You see why we roll?
Yeah, sure.
Let's not even make that our topic, because I'm sure we could go on and on. Yeah, we'll just take a quick break, and when we return, we'll let you know our topic for today and introduce our guests. So just be there.
Step into the heartbeat of the world, where news meets real talk. From breakthroughs in diplomacy to humanitarian challenges and scientific milestones, Global Digest takes you beyond the headlines and straight to the heart of the matter. I am Amma Marcus. Be a part of the world's unfolding stories at 3 p.m. on ADBN, channel 258 on DSTV, and Star Times, channel 140. Global Digest, your window to the world's current affairs, only on Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Here is a program promotion. Power City International 98 Waniba Road, Uyo, Nigeria returns to Passion 94.5 FM and ADBN DSTV channel 258 and Star Times channel 140. The program, of course, is daily 2-hour Riot Live, Righteous Invasion of Truth. Riot Live by Global Barber, Dr. Abel Damina, and Ask the Counselor. The Abel Damina segment anchored by the Intercontinental Mr. Michael Bush, broadcast on Passion 94.5 FM, Uyo, Nigeria from 6:15 to 8:15 p.m. Monday to Friday, and from 8 to 10 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. On ADBN television, the program broadcast from 10 p.m. to midnight daily. Please tune in accordingly and hear not only the undiluted gospel of Christ, but also wise answers to everyday life questions.
Glory!
Welcome to the program. Signed, Management.
Victory Station.
Welcome to Softline. Today we're talking teeth. Join me as we explore the world of pediatric dental care and get expert tips on how to keep your little one's smiles shining bright and healthy. And guess what? We have a very round peg in a round hole guest on the show. He is no other person than Dr. Sylvester Ogbode. Dr. Sylvester Ogbode is a National Postgraduate Medical College, a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. I got that right? Okay, yeah. Thank you. He is also the consultant family dentist, head of Department Dentistry, University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, consultant in charge of Dynamis Dental Clinic, 45 Oran Street, Uyo. He is across board, I tell you. So, Dr. Ogbode, nice to have you.
It's nice to be here again.
I know, and I'm so excited because it's always so difficult to have you here. So, for you to create time to be here, Funky Grandma, I think we should celebrate him.
Yeah, I have never had a time with him at all. I've never met him.
Yeah, I know. So
and it's quite strange.
I think the last time we were able to pull him out of his comfort zone down here, I did the co-hosting with Nancy.
Okay.
And it was spectacular.
And today is going to be amazing.
Oh, sure, you can say that again.
Welcome to the show, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Doctor.
You call her Funky Grandma.
Funky Grandma.
Oh, God, everywhere I go.
Wow, we're all smiling, and I hope our teeth were like that of the kids. So, Doctor, what's the difference between when you said kids' teeth and the old people's teeth? What's the difference? Let's start from there.
Well, there are structural differences.
Okay.
Then there are numerical differences. For structure, the children's teeth, or let's break them to two parts. We have the deciduous teeth, or what we call the milk teeth.
Okay.
They will have the permanent teeth. Okay, there's a stage where you have purely milk teeth. There's a stage where you have both the milk and the permanent mixed together, we call the mixed dentition stage.
Okay.
Then you have the permanent teeth.
Okay.
Between the age of 6 months and 5 to 6 years, you have purely milk teeth. But as from 5 years, you start having the permanent teeth coming up.
Okay.
Like the first to come up most time is the permanent molars, the first permanent molars. Those ones at the back, and they come out almost same time with the milk teeth, the incisors teeth. Those ones in front.
Okay.
As I see children around the age of 5, 6, they start having gapped windows. What we call it, primary school, say you have window in your mouth.
Okay.
Like some teeth start falling off. Those ones at the milk teeth start falling off in front to be replaced by the permanent.
Okay.
At that stage, I have what we call the mixed dentition stage. Then after the mixed dentition stage, you now have what the permanent stage. Mixed dentition stage lasts from 6 years to about 13 years.
Oh, okay.
When you have a mixture of the permanent and the milk teeth.
The last set of the milk.
Yes, the last set of the milk teeth. And the last set of the milk teeth are the primary molars. What we call it, deciduous molars. The what we call the D's and the E's.
Okay.
At that time, as soon as they leave, then the child has a permanent teeth. One structural difference is that The deciduous teeth, that is the milk teeth, are whiter than the permanent teeth.
Oh.
Oh yes, I have parents coming to the clinic. I said, my daughter or my son used to have very white teeth, but as soon as the permanent teeth start coming out, start having yellowish teeth. I want to clean them up. Then I'll smile and say, there's no need to clean up. The teeth are not dirty.
Oh.
They're just structural changes. Because the permanent teeth have a higher content of dentine than the primary teeth.
Oh.
While the primary teeth has a higher content of the enamel in terms of proportion than the permanent teeth. And the enamel is that what makes the teeth look very white.
Oh.
I get it now?
Yeah.
So that's actually what happens. So parents get worried and say the teeth are getting yellowish. Doctor, please bleach them. So we say do teeth whitening for children of 7 years. We say no, don't do teeth whitening for children less than 18 years.
Okay.
I get it. So that's then in terms of numbers, milk teeth, children have 20 milk teeth. 20. Why? Because they don't have premolars. Let's make it clear. Children don't have premolars. So they have 2 incisors up, followed by, on each quadrant, what we do, we divide the quadrant, that is the mirror image of the mouth. Because the left side and the right side, they are mirror images.
Okay.
So if you go from the midline, from here to this place up, for a child, they have 5 teeth. Up, the lower teeth too, you have 5. Upper left, you have 5. Lower left, also 5. Together, you have what? 20. Children don't have premolars.
Okay.
While adults, in addition to premolars, they have additional molar. So if you go midline too, from upper, from right, adults have 8 on the up, 8 lower, right, then left again, 8 left, upper, and 8 lower. Together they're 32.
32. Okay.
So that's why adults have 32 teeth. Children don't have wisdom teeth. That's what I said additional. Children don't have wisdom teeth. Adults have wisdom teeth. Why do you call them wisdom teeth? Because they come out after the 18th birthday.
Oh.
After the 18th
so
birthday.
that means you have 31 until after 18.
No, you have 28.
Okay, you have 28.
Yes. The wisdom teeth are the last molars. You have the upper wisdom, lower wisdom. So they come out after the 18th birthday.
Most times it's very painful.
Yes, because when they are coming out, one, they don't have enough space.
So they fight.
Because the other ones are. So they are looking for how to navigate. They must be in the mouth. And in the process of navigating, trying to come to the mouth, they can get impacted. And when they get impacted, they become very painful. And while they are coming out, the gum too can get inflamed, and the place will be swollen. So you need to manage it regularly for the inflammation will go down, the swelling will disappear, and after you know it, before you know it, it's fully out into the mouth.
I'm actually thinking if I had that experience, but but is it's possible to have it come out and you're not aware?
Yes,
not aware.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If there are enough spaces, the teeth just comes out. Nothing is blocking the spot, so it's not struggling with anything.
Oh, okay. So back to when you were talking about the discoloration. At what point for a child do you think a mother should find it alarming? You know, because some children, if they're not doing their brushing properly, or they don't even brush at all, and then you have plaques develop and all of that. So at that point, I don't know. So just let us in on that.
Yeah, ideally, a child is supposed to see a dentist when the milk teeth start coming out.
Okay.
Okay? And by the time the milk teeth start erupting from the age of 6, the child will actually start seeing a dentist to look at them. Are they coming out properly? Are they normal? Are they malformed? Okay? Then also, the discoloration we're talking about at this point, like you just mentioned, are the extrinsic discoloration. Something that is just external, not internal, because there are 2 kinds of stains. We have the intrinsic stains, we have the extrinsic stains. Intrinsic stains are stains that are embedded within the tooth structure. And most time, intrinsic stains as a result of certain disease condition. Okay?
Oh.
Like genetic conditions.
Okay.
Why extrinsic stains as a result of accumulation of deposits. Okay? Like cars, plaques, then stains. Oh, there's this black stain that is common among children when they consume iron tablets or iron syrups. Yes, it's black and it's quite discomforting.
Okay.
So when you see it in the child, those ones are extrinsic stain, they can be dealt with.
Okay.
Okay, bring the child to the clinic. Simple scaling and polishing with stain remover, the thing disappears.
Okay.
But intrinsic stains are embedded within the tooth structure. And once you start seeing those intrinsic stains, they will start investigating because there might be some genetic factors that are leading to these intrinsic stains.
Okay. So, doctor, what ways can we keep our teeth healthy? Now, sometimes when we talk about healthy teeth, healthy smile, healthy kids, some kids have very beautiful dentition, some do not have, some are already falling off their male teeth, and they look very funny, and people are laughing at them. So when they are growing from that stage, you know, getting to know better, after people might have finished laughing at them, how they look, mouth is window and all of that, and now they begin to be conscious of themselves. So in what ways from then can they take care of a healthy teeth?
Thank you very much. I like the word you use. The teeth start looking funny. Okay? Mothers get worried, especially mothers. Fathers, I don't know why they don't get worried. Fathers, they get worried after if their female children start having funny teeth. Oh, yeah, they don't play with it. I've seen fathers come to the clinic with their daughters. Okay. I don't like her teeth. She's a girl. I don't want her to have funny teeth at old age. I say, boys these days are also cautious of their teeth. They say, well, this is a girl. I don't want to play with it. Okay, let's go back. There is what we call the mixed dentition stage. The condition we call in the middle we call the ugly duckling stage.
Oh.
You know the
ugly duckling.
Ugly duckling, because the teeth come out scattered. What happens that some mixed teeth are falling off, some permanent teeth are coming in, and the way they come out, they don't come out in a very beautiful way. So, but the body allows it to be so. They just come out in that way. Then the body starts arranging it the way it should be. Okay? It's when the body has done its work and there are residuals, that's when the dentist intervenes. Okay? Like the ugly duckling stage, patient just come to the clinic and say, my daughter's teeth are ugly, my son's teeth are ugly. What do we do? I find it very funny. I tell them, well, this is the ugly duckling stage. The best thing to do is to wait and see. But doctor, how am I going to wait and see this teeth? Like I said, no. You want me to tell you the truth? Just let's monitor the child and wait and see, because the body, nature has a way of what? Unraveling itself. Okay. To make them properly arranged. But some fall into the hands of funny people, and by the time they discover that the parents are worried, they just say, okay, madam, we'll rearrange the teeth. You know? And they just put some things in place, and the parents pay for it and go. They say, okay, see us every 6 weeks. Actually, what they are doing that 6 weeks, that they are doing what we said earlier, wait and see. Let's wait and see. But because the parents are worried, they just put some things there and say, okay, see your child every 6 weeks. Actually, they're not doing anything. So most times, the ugly duckling stage is one stage that parents must be aware of. Okay. Yes, it's a transition phase when the teeth are moving from purely mixed to what? Permanent. It's a transition phase. Okay. The mixed teeth are smaller, the permanents are bigger. Okay. So they are trying to look for the space. So as that, when I say the body will unravel it, as the permanent teeth are coming out, the bigger ones are coming out, the jaw start expanding. Okay. To accommodate what? The bigger ones. They start using every space available to accommodate the bigger ones. There's one that is very common. You look at the upper jaw, you see the second incisors, permanent incisors, come out and it's flaring out. And it makes very ugly, flaring out. Yeah. And parents get very, very worried. But what is happening at that point is that the permanent canine that are still in the bone are using the second incisors as a guide, because they are blind. They're using the roots of esophagus as a guide to erupt into the mouth. So because they use them as a guide, they put pressure on the roots of those milk teeth, of those permanent first and second incisors to guide their way into the mouth. So the second incisors will flare out. But every good dentist will be able to explain to parents that, look, this is what is happening. If you take an X-ray, you actually see the roots and the crown in close relation.
But it doesn't occur in every child like
every
that.
Child.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Did I experience that?
Every child. It's a guide.
Yeah.
So you see, just that the flaring might be different. Some might be just minimal, some might be pronounced.
Very pronounced, yeah.
Okay, so doctor, you see, yes, I agree with you, but is there nothing, because some grow outrageously big, you know, the dentitions just get so bad
and made the child very
at the
ugly.
permanent stage, and then you're wondering, this child, well, at the milk stage had beautiful dentition, and then at this adult stage, it's, I mean, terrible.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
I said there's the transition phase, which is a mixed dentition. I have the ugly duckling stage. Then the body tries to unravel it by itself. Nature has a way of arranging it. Then whatsoever is left after the child has attained, has left that mixed dentition stage to the adolescent stage, let's say 13, 14. Whatsoever is left, that's when the dentist intervenes.
Okay.
It's at that point, you now look at the child. Does this child need an orthodontic treatment? Orthodontic means a subspecialty dentistry that help now put those teeth properly in the jaw. Just like orthopedics. Orthopedics from medical.
Yeah.
Then orthodontics.
Orthodontics.
Yes, to now help put the teeth properly where they should be and arrange the whole set. That's why you now see children from the age of 13, 14, even adults as close to 65, where they now have the money, they come to the clinic to fix braces. So they can rearrange the teeth beautifully and their smile will be restored.
Okay. Does dentition have anything in relation to being hereditary?
Oh, completely yes.
Oh, okay.
Everything in the human body has hereditary factor.
No.
Everything in the human body. The way your eye color itself has a hereditary factor. So is the teeth. The color of your teeth, what we call the shade of your teeth, the size of your teeth, the size of your jaw, the color of your gum, they all have hereditary factors.
Okay.
Okay. Even your saliva, the viscosity, the quantity and the quality of saliva has hereditary factor. And saliva play a very important role when it comes to the mouth. Your gesticulation, your swallowing, your cleansing factor, those are all for salivary function. Okay. So, but hereditary, that is, we're talking about genetics now. When it comes to genetics, which is the determining factor in every human life, we are all product of genes. We pick from parents, pick 22 plus X from mother, 22 plus X or Y from father to form what? 46.
I'm not sure I remember that.
It forms 46.
Okay.
That 46 is 44 plus X and Y.
Okay.
Okay. The X is the one that comes from the mother. Then the Y comes, X or Y comes from the father. So the X from the father will make the child a female. The Y from the father will make the child a male.
Okay.
Okay. So that's as the father determines the sex of the child. So also the gene determines the size of the teeth, the quality of the teeth, the quality of the enamel, the size of the jaw. Okay. Let's say it this way. If a child picks the father's jaw and the mother's set of teeth, what will happen? The child's jaw is, the father's jaw is larger. The mother's teeth are smaller. So now being said this thing, so that child will be born, will have later in life, we have enough space in the mouth.
Oh.
Okay.
Small teeth on a big jaw.
I was imagining something else.
Yeah. But if the child picked the mother's jaw, mother's jawbone, then picks the father's set of teeth, the child won't have space.
Is it a constant that mother's jaw is small? What for a mother who has?
Except the mother picked her own father's jaw before.
So okay, so now you're establishing the fact that females generally have smaller jaws.
Yes. That's what gives them the cute look. Okay, it's really they have smaller jaw. So when a father's teeth are on a mother's jaw, there won't be space. So when you see most time a child has a crowded dentition, the evil crossing and this thing, just be rest assured that the child picks the mother's jaw and the father's teeth.
Oh, okay.
That is also what? Genetic.
Genetic, okay.
Okay. Then the issue of dental caries, tooth decay, gum disease, they're all genetic.
Oh.
Oh yes. One, the tooth decay, the quality of the saliva and the quantity of saliva will affect tooth decay. Because saliva is an auto cleanser. So if your saliva is the one that is free flowing, people that have watery saliva, oh beautiful, they just clean their mouth for them. But those that have thick saliva, they don't have the cleansing ability. It's genetic. I see where the whole thing is coming from. Okay. Also, there are some genetic factors that affect the color of the teeth. There's a genetic condition we call amelogenesis imperfecta.
Okay.
Okay. That is when the enamel was forming, it formed properly because of genetic factor, and there will be discoloration. I get it now.
Yeah.
Also, the way the body handles various assaults, there's genetic factor to it. The way body handles bacteria, the way one person handles bacteria from the way the other person handles bacteria. So also the bacteria, the mouth, the way the body handles it, the mouth handles the bacteria, it's all varies from person to person.
Okay.
That's why you see a child will take sugar. The child takes juice every day. And has no tooth decay. Another child does not take juice, maybe it takes once in a while, and it's coming down with tooth decay. They are genetic factors.
Okay.
Yeah. But as I always say, no matter the genetic predisposition, if there's no conducive environmental factor to exacerbate the genetic factor, no disease condition will occur.
Doctor, you come back and break it down to a layman's language. Okay. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, Dr. Bode will do the needful. I told you, here's a round peg in a round hole. Stay tuned.
Step into the heartbeat of the world where news meets real talk. From breakthroughs in diplomacy to humanitarian challenges and scientific milestones, Global Digest takes you beyond the headlines and straight to the heart of the matter. I am Amma Marcus. Be a part of the world unfolding stories at 3 p.m. on ADBN, channel 258 on DSTV, and Star Times, channel 140. Global Digest, your window to the world's current affairs, only on Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. To get the latest news straight to your phone, join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
Welcome back. The program is Softline. And doing justice to the topic for today's program is Dr. Sylvester Obode. He is fellow National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. He is also a consultant family dentist, head of Department Dentistry, University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, and also consultant in charge, Dunamis Dental Clinic, 45 Uran Street, Uyo. Just before we went on that short break, if you're with us, you would agree with me that he did justice to our topic today, Healthy Smiles, Healthy Kids, expert dental care tips, and he's just doing that. Before we continue, I was supposed to take him on a question where, make him explain to us a certain comment he made. But just before we go back, I would like to take this tweet, then we would return. Okay, so from a Tooth Boy, it says, if you have kids at home, you should know these 10 things. 1, this is the best period to train them to brush every night before bed. Regulate the way they take sugary snacks and drinks to protect their teeth. 3, brush for them till age 4 or 5, then supervise their brushing for the next 2 years before you leave them to brush alone. 4, never use hard brush for them. Children should use soft brush till they are 12 years old. 5, use age-appropriate fluoride toothpaste for them. 6, the toothpaste should not be bigger than a grain of rice till they are 6 years old. 7, after age 6, they should use the size of a peanut. 8, when you give them syrup medications, make sure they rinse their mouth with water. 9, train them to know that their teeth are not pliers. They should not break bones, ice blocks, and other hard objects with their teeth. And finally, 10, it's not a bad thing for children to visit the dentist. In fact, it is important for you to take them for regular dental checkups. Nobody is too young to see a dentist. Okay, that was from Tooth Boy, and we have our very senior dental consultant in the house. Doctor, you heard all of those tweets.
Beautiful tweets.
Fine. So you'll take it. I think 1 or 2 of it, you'll have to make some input to it. But back to that grammar you told us so that we can be on the same page.
Okay. Let's go this way.
Okay.
No matter the genetic factor at play in any man's life, health-wise, whether dental, medical, wherever, if there is no commensurate environmental factor, there cannot be a disease condition.
Okay.
Let's put it this way. Somebody is predisposed to dental caries genetically. The father has dental caries, mother has dental caries. If that child control the way he or she consume refined carbohydrates, the child may never have dental caries.
Okay.
I'll give you a good example. There are 3 major factors when it comes to tooth decay. 3. Then you have the 4, which is the encompassing factor. You have to have a susceptible teeth, that the tooth is there and it can be what? It can be decay. It can have decay.
Okay.
Then you have to have refined carbohydrates, or you can call it sugar. This refined sugar is found almost everywhere. Your pizza, your chocolates, your meat pie, biscuits, and co. Refined carbohydrate has to be there. Then bacteria has to be there. Then time. Okay? In all this, time is constant.
Okay.
Tooth is constant. The teeth is always in the mouth. You can't take it away.
Yeah.
The bacteria is in the mouth. You can't take it away. But one thing is variable, the refined carbohydrates.
Okay, you can have a choice.
You can have a choice.
To take it.
You can choose to say no more juice. Once you take away the refined carbohydrate, there can be dental caries. The 4 factors have to come to play for them to be tooth decay. So even if the person has genetic predisposition to tooth decay, once it can control that factor, refined carbohydrate, it can be tooth decay. Okay. Then another factor, once the tooth is no longer susceptible to it, and that's where we now start talking about other things like fluoride treatment. The major factor against tooth decay apart from against tooth decay, is fluoride.
Okay. Fluoride.
Fluoride.
But that's, you say against tooth decay. Okay.
It's fluoride.
Okay.
So once, that's why you have fluoridated toothpaste, fluoridated water.
Okay.
I get it now.
Yeah, it's the way you have food that also contains
fluoridated
fluoride. Milk.
Yes, there's fluoridated salt in advanced word.
Okay. So aside that, how about the regular diets that we take?
Oh, that was our water contains fluoride naturally.
Oh.
Naturally, our water contains fluoride. That's why when we say that if okay, let me quickly jump this. If we say what kind of toothpaste should an individual use, I'm always quick to say use a toothpaste that is formulated for your environment.
Okay.
Because toothpaste formulated for your environment, like I'll tell people use Nigeria toothpaste. They were like, why Nigeria toothpaste? What can I use? Why can't I use toothpaste from US, from Canada? No. Those toothpastes were formulated based on their water content.
Okay.
So the amount of fluoride added to those toothpaste is based on their water content. Are you getting that?
Yeah.
So the amount of fluoride in Nigeria toothpaste is based on water content. Because fluoride is a natural occurring what? Metal.
Okay.
So what we just do is to add to it, to make it, to augment for it, whatever we have in water.
Okay.
There are areas in Nigeria where you have high concentration of fluoride. So those places, they don't even need fluoride toothpaste.
All right.
A good place is like Igbora in Oyo State.
And people from there even know this?
No, they know. We were there one time to do, we did our village community posting in that place, and they know.
Okay.
There's a place in Plateau State. People that stayed there, actually, when you look at their teeth has this whitish frost. We call it anime fluorosis because of the excess fluoride in their water.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and there's another part in Akwa Ibom State we're trying to look at, somewhere in the Ikorabasi area.
Okay.
Because we started having people coming from there and having this enamel motley, which is a sign of excess fluoride in their water. So fluoride is very important.
Okay, so Doctor, quickly, I would like you to, you've come to one of the points I had wanted to raise, different kinds of toothpaste. You've mentioned the one with fluoride, but now you have a lot of them on the counters. You have the one with the black label, blue, green, and they say this one is natural, this one is chemical. So can you just talk about that briefly?
You see, I don't want to dive into marketing of toothpaste.
We're not mentioning names.
No, I'm not going to mention brand. I'm not going to mention those ones that have black label, green label, purple label, this label. No. Let me tell you something. If it comes to prevention of tooth decay and gum disease, the toothpaste of choice is a paste that contains fluoride.
Fluoride, okay.
But we now have the concentration of fluoride. Like the young man that made that tweet said, for children less than 6, rice grain size, for children above 6, pea size, and co. Well, let me say this. The fluoride comes in concentration. Okay? For children, the concentration of fluoride should be 0.5 parts per million. So if you pick a toothpaste, you want to buy toothpaste for your child, a child less than 6, go to the contents and check the fluoride content. It should be about 0.5 parts per million for children less than 6. For children above 6 to about 11, 12 years, you can go for higher concentration. But for adults, the concentration is 1 part per million to 1.5 parts per million. So that's why you can't use an adult paste for a child less than 6.
Okay.
Because the concentration of fluoride is high. And the child does not know how to even spit out. So most children finish brushing and they swallow the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the meat flavor is wonderful. In our days, people are using toothpaste to eat bread and biscuits.
Yeah.
So they use that spread. So that's why we say children should be, fluoride content should be about 0.5 parts per million.
Okay.
They will not have a higher concentration of fluoride for people that have high caries risk. What I mean high caries risk? if I see a child today of about, okay, what we will call early childhood caries, 6 months to 71 months, and the child has like 5 teeth in the mouth that already have decay, I'm going to treat that child with fluoride therapy because it's a high caries risk. Then you see an adult that has 1, 2, 3 teeth in the mouth already having decay, that adult should not use a regular toothpaste, use recommended toothpaste. We have toothpaste that have high concentration of fluoride. They have up to 5 parts per million.
Okay.
Okay, but those are recommended toothpaste. They have to be prescribed by dentists based on their situation.
Okay.
Are you getting now? So when it comes to toothpaste selection, I always say the most important part is not whether you're looking for red label, you're looking for green label. Just look for the fluoride content is for a child, 0.5 parts per million.
Okay.
Okay. If it's for an adult, between 1 to 1.5 parts per million.
But there must be fluoride in it.
There must be fluoride in it. Every other toothpaste without fluoride is cosmetic. It's a cosmetic toothpaste. I used to tell people that, do you know you can actually brush with clean? You can brush with toilet soap.
Really?
But the most important thing is that those things all contain fluoride.
Yeah.
So you are just doing cosmetic
cleansing.
But if you want to prevent dental problem, it must contain what?
Fluoride. Okay, so is there a particular way to brush? Ways of brushing like the Tweet Boy had?
We have various brushing techniques.
Okay.
And we have various sizes and quality of brushes. It's very important.
Yeah,
it's not just the technique, but the kind of brush.
The kind, okay.
You have the soft, you have the medium strength, you have the hard strength, and you have the extra hard strength. The soft is always for children. Children before the age of 6, you use soft. Then you have the hard ones. Hard ones for smokers.
Okay.
And it's not a regular, we use it once in a while. But every regular adults, from adolescence to adulthood, should use a medium strength brush.
Okay.
Then there's a particular way you brush. First word there is that do a brushing technique that is convenient for you, that is not harmful to your teeth and your soft tissue. That is the gum. That is the bottom line. It's convenient for you to use. It's not harmful to your teeth. It's not harmful to your what? Your soft tissue. That is the gum.
Okay.
So any brushing technique that bruises you, that you start brushing, you start seeing blood, even though for the fact that you have gingivitis, it's not a good brushing technique.
Okay.
Any brushing technique you use, and at the end of the day, you start seeing, you look at your teeth, they are not clean, it's not a good brushing technique.
It has nothing to do with the brush, too?
No.
If
the brush is no longer, somebody asked me one time, when do we expect, when we say the brush has expired?
Okay.
Somebody said they should change after 3 months. I said there was some brush expired in less than 2 weeks. I bought a brush.
Oh.
In less than 2 weeks, those bristles should be standing erect. As I come with one, should be standing straight. But when they start flaring, that brush has expired. It's doing more harm than good.
Okay.
I bought a brush in 2 weeks.
The bristle
flared, so it has expired. Either expired in the shop before manufacturer's warehouse before they sold them, or this thing. So your brush, the bristle should be standing straight. If it has not expired, once it starts flaring, even if you bought it last week, please throw it away. It has expired.
Okay.
It's no longer doing its work. Then the technique we have what we call the wrist roll technique.
Wrist roll.
Yes, put the brush in your mouth and just roll your wrist. Also, we have the mini scrub technique. You put it and just move it gently backward and forward. Okay? Those are good techniques. But the bottom line, use a technique that is convenient for you. It's not harmful to your teeth. It's not harmful to your gum. Because if I say now everybody must use wrist roll, and the man has tried and his wrist is not rolling. So what happened? He should not brush his mouth again. Or must use the mini scrub technique.
Yeah.
And the person is not feeling comfortable. His teeth are not clean after a mini scrub.
Or going back to the other side of the mouth.
So the most important is that use a technique that is not harmful to your teeth, not harmful to your gum. and it does the work.
Okay.
And finally, you must always make sure you brush your tongue.
Brush your tongue.
Brush your tongue.
Yeah,
it's not the scrubbing one.
That will lead me to the question I have wanted to ask. We're talking about teeth, how to manage our teeth, the middle teeth, to free and
mixed dentition,
and permanent. But the teeth is in the mouth. How is the mouth managed with the teeth to control or avoid smelling? That is why I said I was coming in with the question of the tongue. So we have the tongue in the mouth, the teeth in the mouth, and the mouth cavity itself. How do we handle this? What causes the mouth odor?
Now you're coming to the core of the question. Well, there's no time, but I'll quickly say.
Yeah.
Mouth odor is known as halitosis, also known as bad breath. There are factors that cause mouth odor. One is a local factor, factors within the mouth. Then you have systemic factors. Okay? Factors within the mouth are oral hygiene. How is a person's oral hygiene? That's number one. Number two, are they tooth decay? Because tooth decay is a major cause of bad breath.
Okay.
Is there gum disease? Or the uveitis, somebody just bites an apple and you see blood in the apple. Some people bite even ordinary bread. And the bread gets bursting. Once you see that, that is gingivitis. The person needs to see a dentist because it causes bad breath. Okay? Then you talk about people that have fillings. See, the fillings have crevices that can retain food debris, cause bad breath.
Okay.
Okay? Then you talk about the tongue. The tongue is a very versatile organ. It's a versatile muscular organ, but it has folds, what we call the papillae. That's why you look at your tongue, it's not just one smooth thing. It has those folds are traps for what? Bacteria and for food debris. So when you brush, until you brush the tongue, you're not completely brushing. Either you're using a tongue cleaner, which is gentle, or you use a sweeping movement with your brush.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not saying scrubbing movement. People brushing their tongue, and the person in the next room will be hearing the brush. No. When you do that, you're going to cause more of those folds, what we call keratinization. There will be more keratin formed on the tongue, and the tongue will look whitish.
Okay.
And now the tongue is not clean. The more you brush, the whiter your tongue becomes, because keratin will be deposited. It's like your palm and the palm of a house help that washes clothes every day. When you put your palm in water, just wash it, put your hand, it's still looking clean. The house help, once you soak the hands, the hands are looking white because they are what? Hyperkeratinized. So when you are brushing, you just do a sweeping movement with your brush. But if you can get a tongue cleaner, fine. A good tongue cleaner can also do the job.
Okay, so how can parents detect early tooth decay in children?
Yeah.
And how to prevent it?
Let's come to that. Let me see if I can do it in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
They said you should supervise your children's brushing for the age of 4. No, brush for the age of 4, supervise to the age of 6 or so.
Yeah, from 5.
Then leave them to start brushing by themselves. Well, we have changed that a little bit. We said parents should supervise the children's brushing to the age of 10, 11.
10, 11, okay.
Again, you can brush for them until their skills are good.
Good, okay.
So some children at 2 years they can brush themselves. Okay. Then you supervise their brushing until the age of 11, 10. In that way, you know when the child is having tooth decay.
Okay.
But when you leave the child to just go and brush your teeth and come and eat, the child goes to the bedroom and just put the toothbrush here and there, lick the toothpaste, swallow the toothpaste and come and eat. You wouldn't know that it has tooth decay until one day the child will tell you, "Mommy, my tooth is paining me." And how do you make your children to brush properly? We call it modeling.
Modeling.
Parents should model their children. Children don't like doing anything themselves. That's why they are children. Don't expect the child to go and brush before going to bed at night until the parents themselves invite them, let's go and brush. Then they watch their parents brush at night. They also learn to brush at night. It's called modeling. And that's why they will learn the proper brushing method. And when you do that regularly, you're able to know when a child has tooth decay. You don't have to wait till the child complains that, Mom, I have tooth pain.
Tooth pain, okay. I wish we had time. There's so much to talk about. There is so much. Grandma, you agree with me, right?
Yeah, sure.
So doctor, just before we leave, because our time is fast spent, I think you should just give us a holistic overview about care of the teeth, and then the right time which a child could visit the dentist and all of that.
When, at what time? What time is right for a child to visit the dentist? I said earlier, once the milk teeth start erupting.
Okay.
And make this start erupting from the age of 6 plus or minus 6. Let me use the word. Age of 6 months plus or minus 6.
6, yeah.
Because some children come out with teeth in their mouths.
Already.
So start seeing them from that age. So you should visit a dentist. And every individual should see a dentist at least once a year. They said every 6 months, but we say at least in an environment where because of resources, see a dentist at least once a year.
Okay.
Do a general examination, and if there are anything that needs to be attended to, we quickly attend to them.
Okay.
It's better to fill a tooth on time when there's tooth decay than to extract a tooth. Because once you extract it, the tooth is lost forever. So we encourage people to see their dentist, let children see their dentist during maybe once a year if the parents are willing. And before you need to catch them young, you're able to attend to most of the disease condition affecting children on time.
Well, so much to be said, but I tell you, our time won't let us, because I know we would have loved to talk about the cosmetics area and all of that. But I think, Doctor, please, we'll come calling at you, and we pray you make out time to stay with us. So viewers, I hope you actually enjoyed the time out with us on talking about healthy teeth with children. I think that also applies to the adults, because a healthy teeth from childhood would make you have a healthy teeth at adulthood. And like I said, our guest was Dr. Sylvester Bode, Fellow National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, also a consultant family dentist, head of Department Dentistry, University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, and also consultant in charge, Dunamis Dental Clinic, 45 Uran Street, Uyo. That's the size of our show today. We say thank you for joining us, and stay with us for tomorrow's episode. Goodbye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN Channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. To get the latest news straight to your phone, join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
In the heart of Uyo, two young women with big dreams and even bigger egos are about to turn everything upside down. Meet Mfong
Eyo Dudu, aka
the brokest rich babe in Akwa Ibom, and Mena, the worry girl who's convinced she's Uyo's finest. Thrown together by fate, they are living the dream and trying not to kill each other. In a city full of hope, hustle, and hilarious missteps, they'll learn that sometimes the only way to make it is by sticking together.
But it's so hard not to lose hope. I know.
Akposongudong, when everything's already wrong, what can possibly go right? And with their band of crazy friends and flatmates,
I was joking earlier. I'm your landlady.
You are the caretaker.
all you get is more spice, more drama, more laughter.
I was gisting with my brother. yes, I have a new brother.
Lots of brothers know me.
Get ready for the funniest ride of your life. Akposongudong, where dreams meet reality. What could go wrong? Everything.
So you see, these are billionaire dreams. You don't go ever die. Tomorrow, we go harder. We go harder.
Coming soon, only on ADBN TV.
It is Groovy Mono, aka the Steez Prince. Yo, what's up? It's Big Shags. I'm in London.
Hey guys, I'm Princess Jekoko. My name is Mutale Mwanza, the Queen of Zambian Media.
My name is Grand Prince Aita. Hi guys, my name is Baj Adebule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello guys, I'm Falagade Banks.
My name is Kelechi Amadiobi, photographer, storyteller.
My name is Lanradi Dura. I'm an actor.
My name is Chidi Mokeme.
Hi, my name is Uche Uba.
It's TV season.
I'm a Stems.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy. You can call me the entertainer.
My name is Esio Dometa. I am an actor and a film producer.
My name is Sobi Kubala.
Hi. My name is Julius the Genius. I would give a shout out to ADBN.
Big shout out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN.
And you are watching.
Keep watching ADBN TV.
And this is ADBN TV.
And this is a shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching, don't switch the dial. Shout out to ADBN. Keep watching, love.
And you are watching ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. I've got one thing for you. Make sure you keep watching ADBN TV.
And shout out
to ADBN
TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. Don't touch the dial.
And you're watching
ADBN TV. Keep watching ADBN TV.
And I'm shouting out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN TV.
Keep watching ADBN TV. This is where to be. And you're watching ADBN.
And shout out to
ADBN TV. And shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching.
And you're watching ADBN TV.
keep watching ADBN TV.
Right now, you are checking out ADBN TV. One time.
ADBN. Keep watching. I love you and kisses.
Keep watching ADBN.
And a special shout out to ADBN. Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
Please don't touch that dial.
Stay groovy.
Hey, Bobby.
Ah! It's a shout out to ADBN.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network. ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Many thanks for being on the show today, and thanks for staying tuned on ADBN television. My name is Adefola Olamilekun. As usual, this is the market report show that normally bring you the latest information around government economic policy as well as private sector initiative around the Nigerian economy going forward. On today's show, we'll be leveraging on the 2025 54.99 trillion naira budget. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed into law the 54.99 trillion 2025 appropriation bill. The bill was passed by the two chambers of National Assembly after President Tinubu asked for an increase from the proposed 49.7 trillion initially dropped at the National Assembly. According to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, discipline and focus as well as diligence will be the benchmark for the implementation of this historic 2025 budget of restoration. The 54.99 trillion, equivalently about $36.6 billion was signed into law and is based on project revenue. In the word of President Tinubu, Today, we take another bold step in our nation's journey of economic recovery, stability and growth with the signing of 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. We reaffirm our commitment to securing our future, rebuilding prosperity, and ensuring that every Nigerian share in the dividends of governance. The past year tested our resolve, but through economic discipline, strategic reform, we achieved what many deem impossible. And after initial turbulent takeoff, our people can see signs of progress, and the promise of a better future is here. Our economy is turning around, and as the president said all this during the signing of the 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. However, the big question is that Nigerians and indeed are looking forward to the government ability to ensure this 54.99 trillion naira, equivalently to $36.6 billion US budget, impact the people. Now, how can the government leverage this 54.99 trillion budget of restoration for improved economy? That is the big question that many Nigerians are asking. As you can see on the screen right now, a diagram of how this 54.99 trillion naira budget will be spent, where the money is coming from, the budget deficit, as well as the exchange rate of naira to dollar, and the crude oil that is going to be the bunch chunk of the 95% of where the revenue is coming from. And not to forget the 13.39 trillion naira deficit, as well as the 40.9 trillion naira, revenue that the government is looking at. All these form the argument and discussion around Nigerian 2025 budget. And we are going to be having Dr. Nii Akisuju, a financial and investment analyst, and also the president of independent media, policy analyst, will be joining me on the show to analyze this budget and guide the government as a way of suggestion on how best the government can leverage on this particular budget and improve Nigerian economy. Meanwhile, before we go into that segment of our discussion today, let's quickly run through the recap news that we have for us on the market report. First, FGNNPC work out 7.7 trillion fuel subsidy debt repayment. The federal government of Nigeria indebtedness to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited as an exchange rate differentiation, which we call locally subsidy, for the importation of premium motor spirit PMS petrol that rose to 7.74 trillion naira as of September 2024, when the deregulation of the downstream sector really took effect. This amount covered the cost of maintaining specific price range in the retail market despite acquiring the product at a higher rate between June 2023 and September 2024. The claim at the time was listed as exchange rate differentiation on PMS and other joint ventures taxes on production imported by the company between August 2023 to June 2024 last year. Exchange rate differentiation refers to the income accrued to banks or government agencies from differences in the value between two currencies at different times, through foreign exchange sales and purchase price. The government supported fuel import by covering the differences between the projected rate and the actual expenses incurred by the NNPC for importing petroleum products into the country. The simplified understanding of this particular news is that at the time the NNPC was importing this fuel, most of the naira to exchange rate was about 1,300 and 1,400 naira. But here we are today, it is now an exchange rate of 1,500 to the dollar. So the difference of 100 naira to 200 naira is what has accumulated to about 7.74 trillion naira that the federal government is to pay NNPC. Meanwhile, another good news that is coming from NNPC is that NNPC stations have reduced their petrol price to 860 naira per litre. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reduced the pump price of petroleum metal spirit, normally called petrol, sold at the station to match that of Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The National Vice President of Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Ahmed Fashola, confirmed the development recently. Also, the National President of Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Graham Harry, said they reduced the pump price earlier today, but I'm yet to see the details. But IPMAN is also confirming that particular price reduction from NNPC. We could recall that the Dangote Refinery announced another price cut last week, setting another price regime for the petroleum market in Nigeria. And since December 2024, the Dangote Refinery has been ahead of other key players in the downstream sector, changing price whenever it feels there is need for that. And this has been observed by the NNPC, who reacts to marketer pressures to also lower their pump price at their various NNPC stations across the country. It's a good news. We just hope that the price competition that has been set by NNPC will now play out. Meanwhile, a sad one on the part of debt in Africa. Nigeria and 9 other countries owe 69% of African debt. The African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, research report stated that in the first half of 2024, 10 African nations constituted 69% of the continent's total external debt stock, of 67% in 2023. The report titled African Debt Outlook, a Ray of Optimism, highlights the challenge and opportunity facing African nations in managing their debt. The breakdown shows that Nigeria accounts for 8% of this total debt. Leading the table on the African debt table of external is South Africa with 14%, Egypt 13%, Nigeria accounts for 8%, Morocco 6%, Mozambique 6%, Angola 5%, Kenya 4%, meanwhile Ghana is also 4%, Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal have 3% respectively. Although these are all African debt, 10 countries are leading the pack. It quite shows that African countries are yet to remove the rope of debt from the economic process. Meanwhile, let's quickly go to the Nigerian stock market as we take a look at the summary of today's stock as it happened. It will be shown on the screen right now, as we are seeing right now on the screen a bearish outing for that matter. Although this week and last week have not been very favorable for the Nigerian stock market, as we can see a bearish outing of our minus 366.26. Meanwhile, aggregate listed company is 129, 20 gainers and 30 losers. Market capitalization is 67.3 trillion naira. Market valuation is 7 trillion 321 trillion naira. Meanwhile, 33% decline in volume, 47% decline in turnover, and 27% decline in dues. On the weak side of the gain is that we have a loss this week, talking about a 1 week loss of 0.62, a 4 week gain of 2.7, and a year-to-date gain of 4.4%. On the top volume, we have Zenith Bank with 32.4 million, Fidelity Bank with 19.7 million naira, and Access Holding with 16.9 million naira. I'm not too surprised about today's outing because it has been projected and predicted that the Nigerian stock market is undergoing some of the toughest time at this point in time. Let's now take a look at the table of the gainers as well as tables of the losers, as will be shown on the screen right now. Talking about the table of the gainers, we have Nigerian Exchange Group with 33.00, a plus 10, Len Africa 3.63, a plus 10, Champion 4.33, a plus 9.90, ABC Trans with a 1.56, a plus 9.86. Quite interesting on the top gainers. Let's now go to the top losers, as it will also be shown on the screen. Ikeja Hotel is back, but back on the losing side. Yesterday we saw Ikeja Hotel on the good side of the table with a very good outing yesterday. But here we are today on the top losers with a 10.5%, a minus 9.92. UCAP is also there, Universal Capital Nigeria Limited with 20.00, a minus 9.91. Cortex is also out there with 2.29, a minus 9.84. Meanwhile, Multiverse, one of the local companies that is doing very, very well in the ICT sector, is also out there with a 8.80, a minus 9.75. But they were all on the losing side of the table. Quite sad on this part. But as I do say on this show, at the twinkling of an eye, all these companies that you see on the losing side can be on the top side tomorrow or day after. That is how it always be on Nigerian stock market, where we can see uncertainty, flexibility, as well as volatility of what normally happen. But there will always be a gainer and there will always be a loser. But we just hope that we have more gainers, less than what we normally have in terms of losers on the table, as well as on the stock market generally. We now go to international crude oil perspective, talking about energy sector as it all stands today. Many traders are not too shocked on today's trading outing, particularly with WTI that is now still on the red side, Brent still on the red side, Bonnet Light has been in the red side for 6 months. OPEC is still basking very, very strong as it stands today. Since yesterday, it has been on the green side for OPEC, plus a plus 1 yesterday, although I saw a drop in the price in percentage with a plus 0.24. Meanwhile, for WTI, it's a minus 1.10. For Brent, it's a minus 1.34. For Bonnet Light, it's still a minus 0.38. That is how the energy side of the product is showing today. But let's take a look at the next page of it, which comprises natural gas as well as coal, ethanol, and gasoline. Not surprising at all natural gas has been in the red since yesterday, except for coal that come out of the red. The ethanol is still on the red. Meanwhile, gasoline is also back on the red side of their prices. But for coal that is doing fantastically well today with a plus 2.40, a plus 2 is a good price, which will show that this price can be sustained throughout the week. And that's what most traders are looking at. If this price can be sustained throughout the week, that means coal would definitely be on the green side out throughout this week, as you can see. But the rest of the product are in red for natural gas, ethanol, and gasoline. Let's now go to precious and industrial metal as the price stand today, talking about gold, silver, copper, and steel. You know, I said something yesterday on the show, and someone took me up after the show and said, you said gold and silver have been on the green side since last week. And I said yes. And today again, we can see that gold is still on the right side, green side of the price, showing strength, showing significant, and avoiding the volatility that we normally encounter on the market. And that's why gold is still there with a plus 0.90, silver is there with a plus 0.43. Meanwhile, copper and steel went on the side of the red. All throughout last week, we saw gold, silver, copper, steel, all of them basking in a green side of the price. But for copper and steel, since yesterday I noticed they have been shrinking and they have been reducing their price significantly on the international market. But for gold and silver, they are still maintaining a very strong hold, particularly for silver that has risen up to $31.415 per ounce on the international market. It means this can be sustained, and we just hope it can be sustained throughout the week, as traders will be very, very happy to have gold, silver maintaining this good price on the international market. Let's now take a look at the next page of this product, talking about the rest of the product: iron ore, palladium, platinum, and lithium. Meanwhile, for iron ore, it has dropped back to a red side. For palladium, it's still maintaining a grip, even though with a shrink in its price percentage-wise, with a plus 0.16. For platinum, a minus 0.69, a lithium, a minus 0.20. Now, talking about the iron ore price particularly, it has been predicted that if Donald Trump can help out in reducing the tension in Eastern Europe with Russia and Ukraine, the price will definitely come down. But here we are still seeing a red side for iron ore, a minus 0.57. Palladium is there with a plus 0.16. Platinum is also out there with a plus 0.69. Meanwhile, lithium is struggling with the red with a minus 0.20. And we saw last week, or even yesterday, we saw how good lithium was on the international price. But here we are, lithium is falling like a pack of cards, talking about the percentage drop in its price. With this, let's go to FX market, talking about Nigerian to dollar, Nigerian naira to dollar, Nigerian naira to pounds, and Nigerian naira to euro, as well as to Canadian dollar. Very interesting price we can see. Yesterday we saw 1,492 naira, but here we are today. We are seeing a drop in naira appreciation or naira depreciation to the dollar with a 1,497 naira as it stands today. That's why the pyramid is still in the red, and that's why it maintained that logo. Even on the black market, we can see a very close gap between official and black market. Very interesting price. But here we are, naira has lost for today. It has lost 6 naira to the dollar. Meanwhile, in total 2 months, it has lost 138 naira to the dollar. Meanwhile, for the Great British pound, naira manageably maintained 2 naira loss, but it has lost a total of 398 naira to the British pounds. That's why I see that it is still in the green, but a minute 2 naira loss is still not too significant to have the pyramid in red. Meanwhile, to the euro, it is a 17 naira loss that naira encountered today to what it was yesterday. Yesterday, naira gained appreciably about 25 naira, but here we are, it has shaded out almost 13 naira or 8 naira out of what it had yesterday for a 17 naira loss today. And that's why it is standing at 1,570 naira. For the Great British pound, it is 1,900 naira to the pounds. Meanwhile, to the euro, it is 1,570 naira to euro. Meanwhile, for Canadian dollar, it's still maintaining what it had yesterday, a 1,041 naira. Even though it lost 3 naira today, but it's still maintaining what it is today with a 236 naira loss over 2 months to the Canadian dollar. But to the euro, naira has lost 182 naira to the euro in 2 months. But significantly, on the Great British pound and euro, we can see naira with a green pyramid for euro as well as the pound sterling. But for dollar and Canadian dollar, it is a falling pyramid that you are seeing. And that's why, because Naira has not really appreciated against any of these two currencies, but against the four currency, Naira is just managing. And averagely, as being said by CBN, Naira is struggling. Although the benchmark for the budget is 1,500 Naira. And that's why you can see that the government is not shaking, particularly the federal government. But for CBN, they are very, very worried about the current state of Naira to other foreign currency. This now brings us to the point of our discussion today. My guest will be joining me any moment from now. We are going for a short break. When we return, my guest will be here, Dr. Nii Akisuju, who is going to help us to understand how federal government can leverage the 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. And what it entails in that budget, we need to know how to unravel the budget. Join us after this short break.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. To get the latest news straight to your phone, join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles on X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
Welcome to the world where innovation meets opportunity, where ideas become empires. This is Market TV.
I am Idorian Flannan, and every week I'll be taking you inside the dynamic world of marketing and commercial business.
From groundbreaking startups to big businesses, Market TV brings you the best pricing and latest goods on display.
It's all about understanding your audience and staying ahead of the trends.
Witness the creative processes that drive the various brands.
Join us as we dive deep into the strategies that shape the commercial landscape. From streets to traditional advertising and social media, we cover it all.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or an aspiring entrepreneur, Market TV provides the insights you need to thrive.
This show gave us the tool to turn our vision into reality.
So, if you're ready to master the market, tune into Market TV every Saturday at 6 p.m.
Glad to have you join us on today's Market Report on ADBN Television. My name is Adefola Olamilekun. I already have my guest seated, Dr. Nii Akisuju, Financial Investment Analyst and Chairman, Independent Media and Policy Initiative, who will be helping us to understand how the federal government can leverage this current 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. Doc, you're highly welcome, sir.
Thanks so much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be with you.
All right, sir. Now, Doc, what was your reaction when you heard or when you saw that this particular budget has been jacked up from the initial 49.7 to 54.99 trillion naira?
Well, I think the first thing would be to first go and look at the components of the budget when it was stacked up.
Exactly.
Because a major concern historically for some of us had been the ratio of the recurrent budget to the capital budget. So, and being an advocate of increased capital budget, my concern was this increase, was it a reflection of an increment in the recurrent or debt and all that, or was it a reflection of the capital budget? So when I saw it and we saw the quantum leap, so to speak, you know, in the capital budget, I was excited. I was excited again because my understanding of the whole character of the budget shows that the trust it's actually pivoted on the capital budget. And when you're talking about budgets, you're talking about, of course, the fiscal expenditure of the federal government. And the intention will be how it impacts the larger percentage of the people. But over time, over the years, the Nigerian budget had more or less been resource allocated to a few number of people, because you had higher percentage of the budget going to recurrent expenditure, and followed by debt service. If you also do a comparison of the budget 2025 with that of budget 2024, you see that the critical components, and when I say critical components, we'll be talking about the recurrent, the non-debt recurrent, the debt service, possible deficit, and capital. Capital was a doddering percentage, of the 2024 budget at 7.72 trillion, compared to recurrent, which was about 8.2 trillion, and then debt servicing at 8.6 trillion. So now when you look at that bracket of the critical components of 2024, and you compare to what we have in 2025 at 24 trillion, more or less, 23.96 trillion, exactly. Say, round it up at 24 trillion for capital, nothing could be more exciting for some of us. For the first time, I could sit back and say that in a way you have a distinction between resource allocation to capital, which impact a larger percentage of the people, compared to recurrent. This time around, we have a recurrent at about 13.6 trillion or so. And we also have debt servicing at about 14.8. What's even 14.6? But what even impressed me most is that the National Assembly did a lot of work reallocating, reworking, aside the the near 5 trillion that the president added before the conclusion of the budget process. The fact that the National Assembly had in a way also managed the percentages, the percentage allocation to this critical component. For instance, the initial presentation by the president had debt servicing at about 16.5 trillion.
Exactly.
And the National Assembly reduced that to 14. In fact, they reduced initially to 13 before moving it back to 14 point something trillion. And recurrent was also about 14 point something trillion, and they reduced it to 13 trillion. So you see a consciousness of managing the budget structure in a way that it will reflect more of capital expenditure, and for us that is a major positive, for the 2025 budget.
A very interesting insight from you on the aspect of the budget benchmark and the rest. There's something that the president said that is quite, laudable, that many Nigerians look forward in case in this particular budget. The president said we are witnessing progress in the economy. Do you share that sentiment with the president? We are going to go to details of the budget, but one of the statements he made was that we are witnessing progress in the economy. And for 2025 budget, it means there will be more progress. So do you share in that sentiment that there is progress in the economy so far?
Yeah, I think I want to subscribe to the president's submission. One, depends on where you are coming from. We have situational analysts, and we have, of course, process analysts. I am a process analyst. I don't look at what is now. I look at what has, what is, and what ought, what would happen. If there are some analysts that are determined to stay in the pre-2023 era, where, of course, we had subsidy, and of course, what do you call it, multiple exchange rate windows and all that. And some analysts will determine that was our era of utopia.
Exactly.
You know, but again, some of us had always insisted that that was suspicious. There's a superficiality around that era, and that there was a need to break, you know, into a redevelopmental surge. You know, and to do that, we need to encourage market forces. So, with the coming of the president and the courage, you know, to conceive and deploy the policy on fuel subsidy removal, and of course foreign exchange harmonization, as part of the larger, you know, policy deployment that might also affect some other aspects of our national economic life that still needed to be addressed. But of course, these two fundamental, what I call flagship policy deployment, had caused a disruption, in truth, caused a disruption in our economic life, you know, and it was like it's what we call a thermal effect,
or a tsunami.
Yeah, you know, changed our lifestyle, the way we look at like living and all that. And of course, there was upsurge in prices of commodity because, of course, the holding down of price of petrol, and of course transaction, rates, which is the actually transaction cost or price of foreign exchange, because we had over time held them down by policy, had reflected a kind of cheap cost of living, but in truth had in many ways reduced and limited our growth and developmental trajectory. So this is like releasing, you know, the Nigerian fiscal space to developmental momentum. So for me, I agree with the president, because now we are talking about our real, the actual. Any price that you are talking about is the actual price. It is not the subsidized price. It is not the artificial price. It is not the superficial price. Those are the prices we have been living with before. So if we see this reality as this pricing reality as our new reality, as far as I'm concerned, is a show of growth, is a show of development. So now, if you now also take that vis-a-vis what we are talking about, the current, 2024 GDP. That was the first full year, you know, administration, you know, of the president. And if we're able to do that 3.4%, you know, coming from a 2.7% in 2023, it shows we are growing. Exactly. There are talks about the economy being rebased. We have not seen the figures. So what it means is that the 3.4 2024 budget, GDP figure, is a reflection of where we are coming from. So we have actually grown in the real sense of it. But we are still on the journey. We are yet to even start flying, as it were. You know. So to a large extent, I accept and of course subscribe to the president's submission about development. Development and growth, because the prospects are there, because we are just gathering momentum, and when all these policies come to fruition, are crystallized, the impact will be obvious. And I believe that the way to go is positive, because any economy that you allow price to express itself by being determined by market forces would of course reflect eventually in profit. And any economy should be driven by profits. Any economy that is not driven by profits is a constrained economy. Because after the profit, then you start determining what you want to do with the profits. You can socialize your profits by saying, okay, there are some vulnerable, there are vulnerable segments of the economy that we need to attend to. Take that part of the profit and socialize it. You know, you take that same part of the profit and use it as reinvestment. You know, you take that part of the profit and use it as savings. You know, so, but if you run an economy that is not profit driven, it's like running into a muddy water.
Now, talking about running into a muddy water, I think the president also agreed that at a point in time, this country was running into a muddy water. And he said something very, very fascinating. He said, At the point in our national life, we were faced with a turbulent takeoff. And that turbulent takeoff, as rightly pointed, is a journey that we are going. But there's a question behind this turbulent takeoff, these processes, the exchange rate, the subsidy removal. Many Nigerians are still very skeptical about the fulfillment of the promises of the government. And that's why this topic of our discussion, leverage on 54.99 trillion budget, is very, very key. Do you also agree, even though we are all accepted that we have a turbulent takeoff, but the brighter future that the president is pointing us to, is the government very, very serious about achieving that from your own understanding of their policy and their policy implementation?
Well, a budget is a policy, and that is why it's an appropriation act. It's the aggregation and distillation of the thoughts, ideas, and direction of a government expressed in figures. So what we have now, it's the trust of the government. And you can now, when you look at the budget structure, just like as I noted, you have about an item that takes about 42% of that budget size and is encapsulated in the capital budget. It shows that the government is ready to serve more Nigerians, you know, with capital projects. Now, everybody agrees that an economy that is deficient in infrastructure, and infrastructure actually, it is capital project that translate to infrastructure. So an economy that is deficient in infrastructure is principally not business enabled. And when you are not business enabled, it also has that ricochet effect. Ricochet effect because in the sense that, one, employment is constrained, growth is constrained, general transaction is constrained. So you have an economy that is not productive. The federal government, for instance, had about 35,000 road responsibility.
Exactly.
That's the length, the measure of the percentage, or rather the measure of road that belongs to the federal government to manage. And for instance, you have just about 500 billion naira as capital. How do you want to even start? You know? And we also know that when you have a good road or a network of roads, it impacts the movement of goods and services. And the movement of goods and services enhances economic activities. At the end of that value chain, you are talking about profits. Okay? Now, we are also talking about power. It's also infrastructure. You know, we are talking about airports. It's also infrastructure. We are talking about railway. The availability and the efficient management of this infrastructure help in the business, in the economy, you know, of the jurisdiction. So in a way, people that are living within that jurisdiction becomes direct beneficiary, either when you are constructing road, railway, airports, hospitals, schools. All this construction are employment and facilitators. Okay. When they are after construction, they become business facilitators. So you have somewhere a producer in Gusau who wants to transport his products from Gusau to Ibadan or to Lagos. He is given the possibility of moving those products cheaper, at a cheaper rate if he's using railway, for instance, or at a faster rate if he's using road network, you know, and then of course at a faster, at a more convenient pace to move from one point to the other. So one, it's likely it will not post adverse products, losses would be minimized. Movement would of course also be cheaper, and the cheapness of that cost of movement will reflect in the unit price. You know, of the product. At the end of the day, at the end of it, the buyers, these consumers at the end of that process is buying cheaper products. It's a better scenario than where there are no roads. Just a simple example of no road, no good railway lines network, etc. Where by the time you are moving at 10 naira per unit, and you get to the city gate at 20 naira per unit. So who is benefiting, who is losing? So just the provision of this facility, this infrastructure, fed by the government, help in a way in facilitating cheaper economic activities, and of course at the end of it, cheaper products.
Exactly. Now I agree with you on that aspect because of the component capital of that project is very, very large. But the president even said, he said, on the part of the component of the budget, national security infrastructure is very, very key. Energy, human capital development is also very, very key. Health education and skill development is one of his priorities. But let's now go to areas that is very, very key, very, very important in this particular discussion. The revenue target of the government, 41 trillion. Let me just put it at 41 trillion is their target. And with this kind of target that the government is looking at, it's very, very, people have looked at it and say, okay, is it an achievable target? 41 trillion. Initially, it was 34.6 trillion they were targeting. Now 41 trillion. And there are insinuation that one of the areas that the government is looking to raise this money, apart from crude oil, has to do with the tax policy that is coming. What's your take on that regard, sir?
I think the FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Service, and the Nigerian Custom had already transformed revenue generation perhaps into a new crude oil.
Exactly. Non-oil sector.
Yes, because now we are earning more in the fiscal sphere. We are earning more from taxation, taxation and levies than from crude oil. So in 2024, the FIRS was able to generate about 21 trillion, more 22 trillion, and the customs generated about 5 trillion. So when we put the two together, it was 27 trillion for just from those two agencies alone. And so the clear indication is that more money, more revenue is possible to be secured, to be generated. The important thing is to have the administrative threshold or the administrative platform to be able, to secure or expand the base of revenue generation in Nigeria. And that was the basis of the president increasing the initial proposition, budget proposition to the National Assembly by 5 trillion, by close to 5 trillion, because there was also a model calculation to realize that, it's possible to have this 5 trillion because there are by what the FIRS are done and the SCS, it means that they can add more, and especially from the government-owned enterprises. So to a large extent, it's possible. And what had also saved us from the burden of historical non-performance in revenue generation, sincerely, had been subsidy. So the percentage of revenue that we commit to subsidy had always been high. So now, more or less, we are afraid we had released, liberated, that percentage from that we always committed to subsidy now to expenditure. And thankfully, it's not just about recurrent expenditure. Recurrent expenditure applies to civil servants, political office holders, and at the best, public servants. All of these do not count up to 5 million out of the larger Nigerian population. And we are talking of more than 200 million people. So when you have recurrent being the major sub-component of a budget, you feel uncomfortable. And that's why I made that remark in the opening. So now we are able to free so much revenue from fuel subsidy that we used to commit before. But thankfully, that's the released fund, the released revenue is no longer going into also recurrent revenue. It's going to capital. So when it comes to capital, the average Nigerian would have access to it because it is capital that will give you roads, it is capital that will give you airports, it is capital that will give you increased megawatts of electricity, you know, any other thing that, so you can access those things as individual and use them in a way that it will profit you. Even if it's not profiting you, it's providing convenience to you. It is also that will also, because we need to also, of course, differentiate between the hard not infrastructure and social infrastructure, education, access to health facilities. These are basic social infrastructure. A healthy mind is a wealthy mind. So if you have good hospitals that you can access, it makes living, you know, more convenient, more comfortable, and of course you can even think better. And you have access to education, it also makes you a better person. You know, there are jurisdictions that have made professionalization, you know, the core of their resources. You know, India, for instance, became a major supplier of labor, of professional labor to the world at the point in time. Nigeria, in a way, is also a major supplier of professional labor to the world. Most developed countries have Nigerian medical professionals. You know, not doctors alone, nurses, pharmacists. Most of them have them in a large quantum, you know. So, in a way, and I don't have any problem with JAPA. If you are able to JAPA, it means that you have gone to earn foreign currency for Nigeria.
Exactly.
And that is why we are also seeing increase in diaspora remittances, you know, at this time. Because we have professional Nigerians. When people were bothering, here is Trump, he's going to start. I told people, most Nigerians out there are qualified Nigerians, you know, and document. Yes, we still have a number about 3,000, 5,000 that are suspected not to be not to be documented. But most Nigerians out there are well educated, are professional, and properly engaged. You know, so for me, providing access to education for Nigeria is a way of development, you know, professionally. And you can use them domestically and, of course, export them.
I really love your submission on that aspect of JAPA, because a lot of people are reconstruing what JAPA is all about. They just see it as opportunity whereby it's only drug baron, 419, Yahoo boys that go outside. It's more than that. Countries celebrate their export, particularly human capital. Like India that you mentioned, Chinese are there. Even Europe at the time, they were exporting, yes, outside the country. Go to other. But another critical aspect of this discussion in this regards of the budget, particularly leveraging this budget, because my concern and the concern of this show today is that we must ensure that this 54.99 trillion naira impact Nigeria. And one of the ways to ensure that it impact Nigeria is implementation, full implementation of the budget. But here we are. We have a scenario right now. 2024 budget is running. It will end in June. 2025 budget is also here. Tough. I mean, help us to understand the side-by-side running of these two budgets.
A major constraint to budget implementation is revenue. As you know, a budget is made of two sides. Projected revenue, projected expenditure. There is nothing actual about it. So, and the performance is also measured on how much revenue was generated to implement the projected expenditure. So where there is an imbalance or there is a widespread between revenue generated, of course, I mean, there is a widespread between revenue generated and expenditure. Then you have balance, I mean, a low performance of the budget. So what will make this budget happen and work is the likelihood of revenue, you know, crystallization of projected revenue. So once revenue is crystallized, it's most likely that, because I think we have a president who also has a zeal. And anytime I am doing my meditation, I also bring, of course, when you are doing fundamental analysis, even for a company, a basic consideration in that fundamental analysis is the nature and character of this chief executive officer. So I sat down before to do a Nigerian sovereign fundamental analysis. We have resources, we have this, we have that. What about the chief executive officer? The president is our chief executive officer. What kind of person is he? What's his tendency? What's his history? Where's his legacy, precedents and all that? And I came to the conclusion that this person has zeal and vision. So if you have that two combination, it's like, and of course, it micromanages. And when you have that tendency, it's likely you have the capacity to oversight. What we need at this point in time is a CEO that can oversight every aspect of the national economy. So you want this done, you are asking the minister who is responsible for it virtually every day, how far have you gone? What are your challenges? What are your outcomes and all that? So I think to a large extent, I think the being of the president, the character of the president, when it comes to play, we should be able to realize this. Don't forget that even before we started off large ticket projects, the president came with the Lagos Calabar highway. Perhaps the largest, biggest ever envisioned projects, that we can have in Badagry, Sokoto. Yeah. So I think, and all these are part of the current of that 24 trillion. When we're talking about the budget, let us look at it is the 24 trillion that is important to us.
I'll still come to that, but I'm just looking at the loopholes, the gaps that analysts, economists have discovered in that budget. Just like rightly pointed, the revenue is very key. No, there are people who believe that 41 trillion is very ambitious. How possible? What are the modalities to achieve this on one side? That's why we really put together the 2024 own and 2025 own. Because the 2024, why we suffered for 2024 was that there was shortage of revenue. And that's why the government have to extend it into 2025. Now we are having a very ambitious budget for 2025. Are we not going to encounter such problem again? That's one. Now, let's now look at the capital project again. Road infrastructure is taking
let's take that so that we can clarify it properly. Just like I said, budget is impeached on revenue. So if revenue generated is not enough, you have low performance. But again, don't also forget that we had an overhang of subsidy.
Exactly.
We had issues with money being earned, but
the exchange rate differentiation. I took it to my news today. Exchange rate differentiation
very high. So, but I think the what we have now, it's the threshold is different. We can be sure of what we are coming from, where we are coming from. By starting 2021, 2022, we started experiencing. Especially in the aftermath of COVID. The major source of revenue for Nigeria, crude oil, started falling. Why? Because we shuttered virtually all our rigs during that period. And if you speak with an oil sector engineer, it will tell you the challenges of resurrecting a rig. So it is easy to shutter it, but it's challenging, to resurrect it. So we had that problem of low crude oil production, and crude oil production is such an easy thing. You know the quantity you are producing, you know what the world market price is. At every point in time, you know what your revenue is. So 2022, 21, 22, 23, we're talking of. In fact, at the point in 2022, it went below 1 million barrels.
Yes.
People were stealing. Even international companies were not out of it.
Funny situation.
And for a long time, most of 2024 were doing sub 1.3. So if you are doing sub 1.3 times 70, an average of $70 to $80, whatever, your earnings. That's a clear crystal, revenue threshold that we can relate with. But now we have seen an increment from that sub 1.3 to sub 1.8. Specifically 1,750,000. The budget estimate is 2.06. So, and is it possible? One, we have heard that stealing, crude oil stealing, has been reduced fantastically, and I hope it is true, to 5,000 barrels a day.
That's what NUPR said.
Now, I am one of those people that try and contextualize my analysis on the announcements made by government institution. In the military era, we used to be very, how do I call it, suspicious of government information. But in a democracy, being a Democrat myself, I try, because you can engage, and that's why we have the Freedom of Information Act. You can engage. So to a large extent, I give the benefit of doubt for information coming from government agencies and institutions. So if government had told us that they have moved from what is 1.7, 1.3, 1.2 to 1.750, and that the target is this 2.06, and the NUPRC had also come out to say that our potential is actually 2.2 million. God, it means that we are able to get from that side. From crude oil earnings. And again, of course, lately energy, we had our energy has also suffered some sort of stealing experiences and all that. But the whole of the expected revenue from crude oil sector is just about 35%. So the major earnings will come from the non-oil sector. And then, thankfully, you are also a stock market expert. Exactly. If you do a review of companies coming to the market with their results, except for Nigerian breweries and MTN, who had a lot of foreign exchange losses, most companies are returning, high earnings, and that is why the market is bubbling. Presco, Okumu Oil, what do you call it?
Sell and rest of them. Sell was just one of those companies that joined them lately.
Aradel, very good results. So when you see that, if a company comes to the market with huge results, it has a translation in the profit after tax. And the profit after tax goes to the government. And so to a large extent, in 2024, there was a higher earning, from company tax than from crude sales. So, and that is the projection. So if, and just like I said, the FRS is targeting 25 to 26 trillion this year. The NSC, the Nigerian Customs Service, is targeting up to 7 trillion. So at just those two alone are giving us over 30 trillion. Then we now have government-owned enterprise.
Although not much as expected. Although the crude oil earnings that the government is about 19 trillion.
Yeah.
We just hope they cannot. But because of time and we're about to shut down this show today, what's your advice to the government, particularly on this budget? Because we can't say it all. Because the bottom of all these issues around how this budget will impact Nigeria. Either people in the rural area, interior part of the country, people in the city, people in the urban city, sub-city, everybody looking at federal government. But nobody talking about state government. But your advice to Nigerian government and to Nigerian people, let's take that before
we first caveats. There's no way a particular budget for a year addresses all the concerns, of an economy. That's the first caveat. The second caveat, the federal government is just a lone tire in the hierarchy of tiers of governments. You have the state, you have the local governments. It is important Nigerians always, consciously, look at what the federal government is doing, what the state government is doing, and what the local government is doing.
Doc, we need to leave it here.
All right.
I hope we'll have the opportunity to bring you here once again so that we can expose this issue of the budgeting. Another aspect, Doc is someone that is very versatile in the financial investment sector of Nigerian economy. Although time is not always our friend on this show. this will be the size of our show today. But many thanks for many of you that stay tuned to watch the show today. Tomorrow is another day, and before then, enjoy the rest of your day.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
It is Groovy Mono, aka the Steez Prince.
Yo, what's up? It's Big Shags. I'm in London.
Hey guys, I'm Princess Jekoko. My name is Mutale Mwanza, the Queen of Zambian Media.
My name is Grand Friends iTech. Hi guys, my name is Baj Adebule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello guys, I'm Falagade Banks.
My name is Kelechi Amadiobi, photographer, storyteller.
My name is Nanrade Dura. I'm an actor.
My name is Chidi Mokeme.
Hi, my name is Ucheoba.
It's today's season.
I'm Miss Stems.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moms and papas. I am Jimmy. You can call me the entertainer.
My name is Esio Dometa. I am an actor and a film producer.
My name is Sobiku Vala.
Hi. My name is Julius the Genius. I would a shout out to ADBN.
Big shout out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN.
And you are watching.
Keep watching ADBN TV.
And this is ADBN TV.
And this is a shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching, don't switch the dial. Shout out to ADBN. Keep watching, love.
And you are watching ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. I've got one thing for you. Make sure you keep watching ADBN TV. And shout out
to ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. Don't touch the dial.
And you're watching
ADBN TV. Keep watching ADBN TV.
And I'm shouting out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN TV.
Keep watching ADBN TV. This is where to be. And you're watching ADBN.
And shout out to
ADBN TV.
And shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching.
and you're watching ADBN TV.
keep watching ADBN TV.
Right now you are checking out ADBN TV. One time.
ADBN. Keep watching. I love you and kisses.
Keep watching ADBN.
And a special shout out to ADBN. Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
Please don't touch that dial.
Stay groovy.
Hey, Bobby.
Ha! It's a shout out to ADBN.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
In the heart of Uyo, two young women with big dreams and even bigger egos are about to turn everything upside down. Meet Mfong,
Eyo Dudu, aka
the brokest rich babe in Akwa Ibom, and Mena, the worry girl who's convinced she's Uyo's finest. Thrown together by fate, they are living the dream and trying not to kill each other. In a city full of hope, hustle, and hilarious missteps, they'll learn that sometimes the only way to make it is by sticking together.
But it's so hard not to lose hope. I know.
Akpo Songudong, when everything's already wrong, what can possibly go right? And with their band of crazy friends and flatmates,
I was joking earlier. I'm your landlady.
You are the caretaker.
all you get is more spice, more drama, more laughter.
I was just with my brother. yes, I have a new brother.
Lots of brothers doing it.
Get ready for the funniest ride of your life. Akpo Songudong, where dreams meet reality. What could go wrong? Everything.
So you see, these are billionaire dreams, eh? You don't go ever die. Tomorrow, we go harder. We go harder.
Coming soon, only on ADBN TV.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
It is the world's most dominant economic power with an iconic concept that has made it the #1 destination for most immigrants, the American dream. Douglas Eze is one of the 2 million Africans who decided to make it their new country and who was able to transform his life. Beyond the restless accumulation of material goods, the self-described wealth strategist and award-winning insurance agent is now climbing into the wealthiest 1% club of society.
I wanted to learn more about wealthy families. How do they keep wealth in the family from one generation to the next? So I actually wrote a book called Creating Generational Wealth.
An immigrant from Nigeria, he is now a top-of-the-table member of the $1 Million Roundtable, an exclusive club for the top insurance people in the world.
Well, wealth is basically, that money that you're gonna leave for your children's children. Because there's one thing, getting rich is one thing, and being wealthy is making sure that your family, your generations, your name stays in the family legacy forever.
At conferences like this one, Douglas often shares his personal story of making it in America.
Been in the financial service industry for over 20 years, an entrepreneur on a technology company and also real estate.
The next award goes to Douglas Eves.
Well, thank you so much, everyone.
When he is not invited to talk or receive an award, he uses the opportunity to expand his network, a word that he has quickly come to associate with his net worth.
The first time I made $1 million, I felt good. But then I realized, where's the money? It was all in stuff. And then I had to say to myself, man, if you keep spending the money, you're not going to have the money. And Warren Buffett, he has 2 favorite quotes. The first one is, never lose your money. His second quote is, don't forget rule number 1, never lose your money. So I had to change my mindset and start teaching myself how to make sure that I keep every dollar that I spend, I pay back with simple interest and compounding interest. A lot of people miss that part. It's called self-financing. So one thing we try to teach is show people, even if you make $50,000 a year, $30,000 a year, I show them how much that money is valued 20, 30 years from today with an increase. And I say, you know what? Guess who else knows the value of your money? The federal government, the banks, the media.
With 8 businesses under his belt, Douglas's philosophy is simple. Hard work pays off. And when it comes to it, the cash value king, as he calls himself, uses his money to enjoy life and discover new hobbies.
Okay. Yeah. Beautiful. So, don't mess with me, man.
According to a 2019 study by the Pew Research Center, 1 in 10 black people living in the US are immigrants. 40% of all African immigrants aged 25 and older have at least a bachelor's degree or higher.
Hi, this is Dr. Kolade. How are you doing?
Dr. Akindele Kolade is a certified psychiatrist, principal investigator at the Kolade Research Institute, and president and CEO of Cal Psychiatrist Services. He is also a successful serial entrepreneur and philanthropist.
I'm originally from Nigeria, but now I'm practicing in the United States. A psychiatrist, first and foremost, and then subspecialized in child psychiatry and adolescent psychiatry, and also in addiction medicine. So I'm triple boarded. And I also do research, clinical research for upcoming medications to treat mental health. So I have a team here that works for me. We have mid-levels, we have social workers, so we have nurses, and we have the front desk staff. In today's world and my office, we're doing mostly virtual practice. I'm consulting for 5 hospitals across America in different states. So we virtually see these patients in different locations and environments, be it in the hospitals or in the clinics or sometimes in their homes. And virtually, because in psychiatry you don't have to touch a patient, but with today's technology you could basically see everything and know everything just looking at the computers and prescribe medication or do counseling or do therapy, whatever you need to do to make them move forward.
That the medication is not working.
Does she use melatonin also? In my practice, I've witnessed an increase and an uptick in people looking for mental health compared to before the pandemic. We've seen an increase of over 30% above what used to be in terms of people looking for help. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Good. So what are we doing today?
You want to see if I can possibly get a refill?
Okay. Any side effects?
No.
I see a lot of private patients. I see a lot of athletes. And I see a lot of patients through insurance companies. I see some pro bono patients that I do for free. Everybody comes in differently, and that's what we do, whatever it takes to move them forward from this condition to this condition in a good way. Okay, so that's how we go, and that's how we roll.
9 p.m. We meet Dr. Akin in a completely different setting. Tonight, he invites us to his brand new luxury lounge in Las Vegas.
Hey, hi. How you doing?
Welcome, sir.
Everything good tonight?
Everything's wonderful, sir.
Okay, let's go party. Somebody asked me this. How come a doctor is opening a restaurant? It's service. It's service for the people in many varieties, be it in medicine, be it in the clinic, or be in the restaurants where you eat good food, or where you dance, or where you sing, or where you enjoy comedy. All that brings about wellness and health in all of us.
I own my own pharmacies since 2009. We work hard every day. We wake up in the morning, 6 a.m., and we go to work. But we also play hard. And that's the reason why we have Splash for people who work hard and at the same time party.
According to a 2021 article published in Kiplinger.com, the state of Maryland had the second highest number of millionaires in the United States of America in 2020. This is where we meet Adisa Berry, a decorated minority and woman business owner who came to America more than 30 years ago from Burkina Faso. Today, this self-made millionaire leads a successful electrical construction company with an annual revenue averaging $25 million.
When I came to this country, my major was accounting. I got my bachelor in accounting, and then I had a part-time job with a construction company. And I worked for the construction company as a controller of the company for about 12 years. Noticed that many CPAs are not familiar with construction accounting. And it's something that I had already understood very well in school, and I mastered it very well. So when we used to have CPA come in, I had to explain them about the construction accounting. And then I opened my own business, and I was doing construction accounting. Then when my business partner joined the business, he said, Adisa, I know you want to do construction management, but my background is electrical. If you want, we can take that route of the electrical. I said, hey, any opportunity that can grow the business, let's go for it. And that's how we got ourselves into electrical business. Yes.
In order to claim her place in this male-dominated industry, Adisa spared no efforts, even if that meant going outside of her skill set.
I'm a women-owned business. I'm a minority too. So when you go to apply those kind of certification, they want to make sure that you at least have a good knowledge about the business. So how do you get it? You have to educate yourself. I was going to evening classes, cutting all this wiring, doing receptacle, taking those electrical courses. I don't have to be on the job site, but I still have to do it. When I was in Burkina Faso, my teacher, and he's like, you know what, let me tell you one thing. The definition of a businessman is somebody who takes a risk. The risk can be positive and the risk can be negative. And he or she is mentally prepared for whatever the outcome of that risk is going to be.
Tell a story, don't you, today? Faith.
I never thought about being rich, but the first risk, opening my business, that's the first risk I took. And these are all temporary feelings.
It's temporary.
And I'm glad I took that risk.
For most Americans, buying a house is often considered as one of the first investments on the path to building wealth.
So I got a few condos in this building, and there's some in this building too, and that building also. Every time one comes on the market, you have to get it very quick. If you don't, you miss it. Now I got addicted. I keep buying one after another. And then I refinance the house and get money to buy another one.
Come through the green gate to the right. Have a great day.
Back to Las Vegas, we are headed to Dr. Akin's mansion, located in an exclusive gated community. We join him and his wife as they celebrate their son Raymond's first birthday. It is an opportunity for the celebrity psychiatrist to reconnect with the people who matter the most in his life.
Dr. Kaladi.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
How's it going over there?
It's a big honor for me to have my entire family in the United States come from every city to represent this, the honor, and to celebrate with me Raymond's first birthday. I think what we're doing is probably way bigger than Raymond's birthday. It's a family reunion, which gives me a lot of blessings, especially coming out of COVID. Most of us haven't seen each other for more than 3-4 years, and to have them come with their children far and wide is a blessing, and I'm so grateful for that. My nieces are here.
The best uncle, period. He's genuine, he's caring, and he's always there for us.
Jill, that's my daughter, Alexandria. What is your favorite subject? Science? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Science is good. That's how you get to be a doctor, eventually.
For this important birthday, Dr. Akin did not skimp on the means. Exclusive party venue with a breathtaking view on Las Vegas, exotic meals and rarest wine and champagne for all. But beyond the glitz and glamour, Dr. Akin is most keen to show his son the love of a father that he craved as a boy.
I never knew my real father until I was done with secondary school. I grew up in a village, and I had no water, no electricity, and I grew up with my grandmother. We had to go to the stream in the morning to take a shower in the stream, little river, and then fetch the water, come back home, and then you have your breakfast, then you go to school. My father at that time was one of the Nigerian ambassadors, but they were divorced with my mother. My mother remarried, so I had a stepfather. Back then, there were no emails, there were no Instagram, there were no Facebooks. And we had to write letters with the email, and it would take 3-4 months to get a reply back. And whenever I get that reply back from him, and that used to be my most beautiful month and year in life that my father actually wrote back to me.
Okay, that's your first birthday. The smallest one. It's gonna be big for you.
Yeah.
I never met my father until I was 12 years old. My mother told him that I'm really, really very rebellious. It was about time that we met. So when we met, he had remarried twice. He said to me, the best legacy I have for you and to every of his children is education. After that, you're on your own. And he meant it, every word of it.
We Nigerians understand that education is a way out. Anyway, we value, we cherish education.
God, so good to see you.
They always tell him, I'm like one of the hardest working doctors I know, and I know quite a few because I'm a nurse myself.
We went to Europe and I ended up in a country back then called Czechoslovakia. I learned the language, and that's how I went to medical school in a foreign language. I learned it and spoke it better than English then, and graduated as a doctor. I went back to Nigeria. I was employed in an oil company to take care of an oil rig of over 800 people. That's how my real business career started, because it opened my eyes to what could be possible. Before then, I created the first program in Nigeria called Flying Doctors. So the governor at that time in Port Harcourt, I gave him the idea. He said, he could do what? He said, I will fly down to any part of this state that I've never seen a doctor, give me the tools. The governor then gave me a clinic. A clinic was packed in a helicopter with 2 nurses, and we flew around the state to places that we would line and see people that have never seen a helicopter live, they've never seen a doctor live. They'll line up and they'll stay there for 3, 4, 5, 7 days in the village. No disaster. Not that I was looking for one. It's a good day.
It is said that courage and resilience are 2 virtues the first immigrants in America carried with them. This is still true for those arriving today. It is also what pushed these African high achievers into positions of success.
I came to U.S. from Burkina Faso in 1986, September 1986. My ex was living with, he was renting a room in the house. We were staying in that room, and I was going to school. I had my daughter when I had only 1 year left for my school, and I was struggling with my daughter, trying to study and take her to the babysitter. It was really a lot of work to do. I went through that and I graduated. And I remember when I was done with school, I would send my resume everywhere to companies or look at any employment. I don't receive any response. And my landlord told me, you know what, you need to take all these African degrees that you have on your resume and take all the experiences that you have from Africa, from your resume, just leave everything that you did here in the United States. I removed everything. Then a company called. I wasn't home. My landlord was a white person. And when they called, they heard the voice message. And then when I came back, he listened to the voicemail, and he told me, oh, somebody called. They really want you to call them back because they have a position for you. They have an opening. And I was so excited. I got the number the same day I called the company. As soon as they heard my voice, they said, oh, the position has been filled. Less than an hour. When did you fill it out? I didn't know what to do. I used to take my daughter to the park, and this lady heard me speaking French with her. She's like, oh, what brought you here in the United States? And I told her I studied accounting. She's like, oh, you know what? We got I have 2 partners, and we have a business, but the business is really in my basement. We're just starting up. We don't have anybody to help us with the books. And I told him, well, I have to take my daughter to the babysitter. I paid the lady $5 an hour. Oh, okay, so we can pay you the $5 an hour. That company moved out from her basement. We took over a whole floor in a building.
I've always wanted to go to America. That's the God's own country. You know, that's where the Black Americans have fought for freedom. So I lived in Canada until I was 23, and then I left and came to America through Seattle. So I ended up in the DMV. I've been here ever since. So my boy that I came to stay with in DMV in Maryland, Virginia, he had an old car, you know, that he wasn't driving as much. So I bought it for like $500, an old Honda Civic. I paid $500 for it, and I started, actually, that became my house for a little bit, you know, became my house while I was waiting table at IHOP. So I'll go in the car, sleep there. In the morning, I became friends with a guy that owns a motel, you know, the motels, you know, the manager there. I'll go tell him, hey, listen, you know, I work at IHOP. I don't want to stay in, but can I use your rooms and just shower in the morning? You know, just want to use the shower, have my stuff. You know, he said, okay, cool. So he allowed me to sleep in his parking lot in my car. And then in the morning, I'll go and he open one door, I'll go and take a shower, and I'll go to work. So most of you didn't know that I was sleeping in the car. They didn't even know that. I saw a lot of people that worked at the same IHOP and the same paper route. They were comfortable. They were fighting to become managers. I'm like, nah, I gotta get out of this place, man. I don't want to be no manager here. I mean, especially when I saw people in the financial industry that were making money. I didn't know nothing about finance. I just saw that, man, they're making money in this business, talking to people about saving money. I could do that. I didn't become superstar right away, you know, but I learned. I had good mentors, and I'm a learner. I always like to learn. Just reading books, finding successful people, you know, that are open, because not everybody's open to talking to you. Some people you might have to pay, you know, which I did. You know, I paid a bunch of folks that I wanted to learn from. And some folks they were willing to teach you, but you still got to be in their class, you know? You got to pay them to do that. And I don't mind investing to learn. In my business, we recruit other people. So some people have invested money, you know, giving, and they just stab you in the back. They lie to you, they steal from you, you know, and you're like, wow, you know, this guy did all this, and this guy still did that. But you just leave it for God and let God deal with them, that's all.
One of the company doctors was with me at the bar one night and asked me, what's your specialty? I told him I'm a family practitioner. So he told me he's a physician, he's a general practitioner, he's a surgeon, he's a occupational physician, and he also has an MBA. So what am I doing here exactly? I said, you have 5 things? He said, yeah, I got all this, yeah, that's me. They changed my life. And I resigned after a week and came to America. And I'm gonna be a subspecialist in anything they can let me be. That's my life. True story. It insulted me in my country. I decided to be the best so that nobody could challenge me anymore. Strong men cry. It's actually not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. Because I have emotions. I'm human. I feel pain. I feel joy, I feel anxiety, I feel unhappiness. I feel blessed. So I'm not shy to shed tears for things that means a lot to me. Basically, told me I have no business being there. So that was very insulting to me. So I made a decision in my heart that I need to get there so that nobody would ever talk to me like that anymore in my life. In my medical school, psychiatry was my no-go. I barely had a C to pass. I didn't like it. I did my 3-month rotation in medical school. I was good. But then I went back home to Nigeria. I find out that 1 in every 5 patients I saw had a psychiatric problem, and I have no clue what to do with them. And I felt ashamed. I let my people down. I do it. I want to do it. And that's how I ended up doing psychiatry. And when I finished, I got challenged like you did adult psychiatry. What happens if children show up and they have psychiatric problems? I'm like, oh, that too. Beside the fact that we not even up to 100, 200 child psychiatrists in America, I want to do it. I went and did it. And I got child and adolescent psychiatry behind my back. In psychiatry, you also have what is called addiction issues. And there's a fellowship in addiction. I decided to do it again and put aside everything else. When I finished with addiction, then I find out that I'm not only a child and adolescent psychiatrist, I'm also an adult psychiatrist and also an addiction guy. So that completed the circle for me in that aspect. But then I went in and did psychiatric administration fellowship to be a CEO of hospitals. So that if I walk into a hospital, somebody want to hire me or don't hire me, I told them I know how to run it. And I can prove it to you by my certificate. So I had all that. Then after that, nobody has ever asked me for a resume, literally. I just have to talk to you. They ask me, when do you want to start?
If making a difference sometimes requires courage and resilience, a giving back can also happen in the most surprising ways, like for Douglas, who literally gave away a part of himself.
So back then, my ex-wife, you know, nice young lady, we were together for a while. She helped me with my papers. So her sister's husband, they applied for life insurance through me. So I gave him a coverage and everything, and then he got declined. We also got a call from the insurance company that his kidney was failing. And when I heard his story, because his dad died at the same age, and then his wife was pregnant, and they have 3 kids already, and he was 34 years old. So I'm like, okay. So I went without even my wife then knowing. I went to the Innova Fairfax Hospital and said, let me test and see if I could be a match for him. And I did. I went and tested. I wasn't a match. Even the doctor said, listen, you all don't match, but you know, it's 2% chance this will work if you do it. You're only related, you don't have any, you know. I said, listen, forget all that. I said, at the end of the day, it's God that's going to make it work. It's not me. You know, so I did, and boom. As soon as we put my kidney, because, you know, you have 2 kidneys, so one is working, the other one is just sitting around waiting. So so they took the one that was working, and as soon as they put it on him, boom, he started using it, started working immediately. But So my kidney lasted on him for about 10 years. The longest they've ever seen. Mostly they say 7 years. I didn't even know it didn't last that long. If I had known I thought it was going to last forever. I didn't know it was only 10 years. They should have told me that. So long story short, he's back in the waiting for additional kidney, but he was able to see his son graduate and all that good stuff, his baby, you know, so which is great, you know.
When I came to US, I didn't speak any English. And when my first child was born, my daughter, I got sick. And I was admitted to the hospital. and 2 women from the church took my daughter at their house, and they were nursing her because they had young kids about the same age as my daughter. And I was in the hospital for a week, and they took care of my daughter during that time. And they would breastfeed my daughter. They didn't even think twice to think whether my daughter I have any disease that my daughter got from me. They were nursing my daughter. I guess this is the faith.
I was in a nursing home several years ago, and I was in there for several months. And I got sick, and I had to go to the emergency room and spend the night. Well, to keep my room at the nursing home, it cost $400, which we didn't have. And later I found out that Adisa paid that. And nobody else knows that but my husband and I. In fact, I didn't know it for a long time until he told me. And she's come through many times in our lives to support us when we've needed it. She's always there, one phone call away.
My sister, she went to an employment office to collect unemployment. She met this old lady's daughter who went there also to file for unemployment. And then the two of them were looking at each other, and they introduced each other to it. And they both said they're from Burkina Faso. So they exchanged numbers, and then she brought her mom to my house, and I cooked fufu, like cornmeal with okra, and then the old lady ate it. And then that's how we started the cooking. So every weekend I would cook for the whole week for her. The daughter would come and pick it up. And I've been doing that for about 6 years. She had a stroke. She had blood clot in her leg. They did the surgery, all this stuff. And now she's on the ventilator. So breathing tube and feeding tube, all this stuff.
Together as a family, Lord. Just really want to take this time to look at that, Lord. That doctors do not seem like they have much positive news, Lord, but we know that your news, your burden, and your output is what's final, Lord, and that's what we have faith in, that's what we want to put our trust in, Lord, and it isn't you, Lord. We just pray that you lay your angels around Yahweh in this room, Lord, lift her up, Lord, help her, so that she can be independent, Lord, she can
Le Seigneur est si pour ma sœur.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Papa.
COVID. When I got it, I was in the hospital for 8 days with no family member, just you in that room in ICU, and all you see is nurses come in, take your blood. So it gives you time to reflect, especially when you know you could die. It's serious. So that changed the game. That helped me, realize a lot. I was moving very fast. A lot of things was happening. Success was coming. My mom got sick while I was in the hospital. She had COVID. So my fiance now, when she heard that I was sick, and then she flew in from Georgia and just took care of my mom while I was in the hospital. because I've known her for a long time, known her for 11 years. So just even she wanted us to be serious a while back. I'm like, man, big, I'm good. Especially, you know how it is when you've been married before, you don't want to jump right in. So I'm like, but I'm like, you know what? So this time around, we like had to propose to her.
Apart from the instant connection that we did have from the first day, I had never felt anything as strong. And to be honest, on that day, I knew that that was my husband. It just wasn't the right timing, but I knew that was my husband. The first day, I noticed he'd be quiet in a corner while he's observing everything. Mm-hmm. He's usually very quiet. I could tell that he was very humble. And then in our follow-up conversation the next day, he had told me about the kidney in situation. I just hadn't heard anything like that before. And as we carried on being friends and, you know, his brother's kids that he was going to look after, that just touched me that usually it's women that always want to do all those things. I don't know many men that do. And I just felt like that was special. He's very proud of what he's achieved, but you can always still get the humble side of him. Yeah.
Building wealth does not guarantee being happy, but building a happy family is generally the reason why, for people like Douglas, generational wealth is a big part of the legacy that one leaves behind.
In 2010, 2011, I told her the story about, you know, I have this son in Canada, but I don't know where he's at, you know, and she took it upon herself to go find him. She said, just give me his name, and I did. And she went and online, started looking for him. So she called me one day and said, listen, I think I found your son. She said, let me send you what I have. His name is Kevin James Chukwuka Mihan. So I gave him my Igbo name, you know, when he was born. That was the only thing I asked because they didn't want me to, because his grandparents are Irish. So I was young back then, you know, I didn't even know, that was my first time experiencing racism to the highest level.
I sent him a message saying that I was his father's cousin because luckily we have the same last name, so it was easy, right? And then I said that your father has been looking for you for years because there's so many people with the same name and no picture. So I literally had to go through everybody and then he responded and he was very excited to like hear from anyone who's his father's relative in any capacity.
I reunited with my son, we talked, I flew him out, he came, get to visit, we went to different places. Now he has he's doing his own business. He has a delivery business, and he also has his own son now. So I have a grandson, and he actually named the son my last name, Eze. You know, and his business is called Eze Delivery. Yeah, so good kid doing his thing. You know, been through a lot in his life, but he's fought through it.
It looks beautiful. I like the fireplace there.
Thanks. Do you guys want water?
My daughter, when she reached the age 15 and 9 months, she went and she got her driving license. She was driving the boys, you know, taking them grocery shopping for the sport game, dropping them to school. So I was focusing more on the business.
This is the main level. You'll walk in. This is study, dining.
My daughter is a designer, and she got into real estate. She got her real estate license. Her brother joined him, and they're pretty much doing it together. And I'm very impressed about what they do. And my other son too, in the middle, I'm really proud of him too. He's an IT designer. He worked for one of the big 5 tech companies.
there is one, the marble. That's an elevator. Hard work pays off, man. 1993, I was still in Canada, man, when this house was built. I was like 20-some years old. And now it's mine. Not bad for a guy from West Africa with no college degree, living the American dream.
I never dreamed about American dream. I'm grateful that God really helped me, and He gave me that opportunity to realize and to live my American dream.
To Raymond.
I've never been an A student. I don't tell anybody I was an A student, but I never gave up. I fall, I wake up and do it again. I fall, wake up and do it again. It is different from repeating the same mistake over and over and over. But I learn from my mistake. When I fall, I learn why I did fall. I know there's more educated Africans in this country than in any other part of the universe. Please tell your story. Let's tell people what we do so that nobody will think that we are from a whole country, because we ain't from a whole country. We have brains. It is time for us to just stop being timid and let the little brown boys and girls emulate you and copy you and be like you and become you and do better. And that's what I'm going to teach my children, and that's why I'm doing this. I just want to start something.
No matter the size of their fortune or the color of their dreams, African millionaires in America are changing the narrative by blazing new trails and giving hope to many immigrants, a proof that the American dream is still alive and well.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
What's up, thrill seekers? Wem here.
And alongside me, the fabulous Matilda. Get ready for an adrenaline rush of sight, sound, and unforgettable experiences. Don't miss your chance to experience the event like never before. Event 360.
Your passport to the world's hottest event.
Only on ADBN TV.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
The Sahel extends almost 6,000 kilometers
3,700 miles along the southern edge of the Sahara, from the Horn of Africa on the east to the western Atlantic coast. There's little rainfall in the Sahel, and farmers struggle to eke out a living in some of the harshest agricultural conditions on Earth. As climate change brings more intense droughts and degrades land in the Sahel, intercommunal violence over dwindling resources has increased. Much of the conflict is between herders and farmers who vie against each other to use the land for their own purposes. Some in the region have joined terrorist groups, militants linked to Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, who ride into villages on motorbikes and attack civilians indiscriminately. They wreak havoc and make parts of the region uninhabitable for civilians. While weak states and lack of development are big factors in the conflict, climate change is rarely discussed beyond the level of analysts and warnings from the UN. Unlike terrorists on motorbikes, climate change is a cause of the conflict people on the ground cannot see. But it is there. We travelled to Dori in northeastern Burkina Faso, where people are living on the front line of war and climate change. We wanted to find out how the invisible enemy of climate change is affecting people's lives and driving them from their homes. But first, we had to get there. Dori is the capital of Burkina Faso's war-torn Sahel province and home to thousands displaced by the conflict. The road from Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso's capital, to Dori is dangerous because of IEDs and pop-up terrorist checkpoints. Just 5 kilometers outside Dori, terrorists have attacked civilians and UN vehicles multiple times this year. Bagaye Lamizana grew up in Burkina Faso. Today she's based in Bonn, Germany, as project officer for the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification.
Climate change is a kind of invisible enemy in the Sahel conflict. UK Ministry of Defense said that 60 million people will migrate from degraded land, part of Africa, if nothing is done. I think neighboring countries and Europe can see this migration affecting them.
Migration manifests itself in different ways in the Sahel. Some people, as farming becomes impossible, move to the cities in hope of finding work, but often they end up with low-paying jobs or living in poverty. Some of those migrants in turn begin to move further afield, often to Europe. They take trafficking routes through Niger, Algeria, Libya, and then take boats across the Mediterranean. The crisis in the Sahel has displaced nearly 3.5 million people, according to the UN. We met Zara Ureta, living in a host community on the edge of Dori. She's one of the 1.3 million internally displaced people in Burkina Faso. Zara came to Dori from Arbinda, a town about 60 kilometers away, where extremists regularly terrorized the communities, killing men, women and children. An attack on Arbinda in August left more than 80 people dead. She describes the raid that led her to flee Arbinda 2 years ago.
Il n'y a pas c'est comme, puisqu'on pensait même qu'on ne va même pas sortir, puisqu'il y a deux fois, il y a des balles perdues là même, c'est pas facile quoi. Voilà. En tout cas, c'est quoi on pensait là, on pensait que c'était bon, la fin du monde seulement, puisque les bruits de feu là, c'était trop. On a pu rentrer dedans jusqu'à bon, les feux, bon, on n'entendait plus les coups de feu. Maintenant, on est sorti au dehors. Quand on est sorti au dehors, bon, on entendait des nouvelles qui n'est pas bon en tout cas. qu'on a tué plus de... Ce jour-là, on a tué plus de 18 personnes. Mais tout ça s'était passé, c'est dans le marché, puisque c'était un jour de marché. Ils ont rentré la première fois. Puisque ça fait que moi-même, je ne me sens pas. J'ai des ulcères, ça fait même. Des fois, même si j'entends cri ou bien quelque chose comme ça me rappelle de ce qui s'est passé à Arbinda. Je suis une femme mariée, j'ai 5 enfants. Bon, des fois aussi, en tout cas, c'est que je fais le commerce, je fais le levage aussi. Bon, je fais travaux de ménage, travail de ma famille. Je m'occupe de mon mari et de mes enfants aussi.
In the years before she fled Arbinda, she noticed the weather starting to change. It diminished usable land and forced the community to change too.
Avant, il pleuvait, mais aujourd'hui, en tout cas, il ne pleut pas. Les gens mangeaient en famille, quoi. Et puis surtout, les enfants respectaient les grands. Les grands aussi respectaient les enfants. Les gens venaient, ils soutenaient. Par exemple, les baptêmes comme ça, les gens venaient, ils soutenaient.
Zara says that tensions between herder and farmer communities have increased, shattering the unity that once existed. Salem is also a migrant who fled terrorism. Like thousands of others in Burkina Faso, he's joined a state-backed militia group known as the Volunteers for the Defence of the Homeland. They act as auxiliaries and local guides for the military, but they've also been accused of carrying out extrajudicial killings against civilians they believe are linked to terrorists.
Pagla kam koda me sakda gulo sakda wala kodo butoto sakda pihla la terroriste huwa baras kalatin ko jende gulo kalatin gole ko kalatin ko abkin ha ton pil sora kom la konyudu la nimbana e kalatin karme lo tori kalibe terroriste namba hon ton nembuide libra nimba ran tar ton pisla ton ko ta songre ton ka mi be pisi ton ha te yo rapport ton ka yo rapport ton ni wonta yo rapport wakat le nem tintin da bage do wabu yi kun lore tiam ta mi ti ka wa ne be jin kan yi kun lore la be e tese ye yam kami Kita pun waktu nazar, bukan nak mengerti apa yang tu nazar ni fo. Pisi model la katin bangi. Abse sa kana nak mengang waton na bangam tiap malam wata. La problem apa pam ton sini sa. Ya lingri. Le problème de l'embuscade, l'embuscade, on ne rien, on dit qu'on va là avec un moment. On a la terre, on va rien. C'est ça, on a ça, on peut faire. Par la tonne cahier, ton hand, c'est ton net, tiens, à je tiens.
Having lived in Burkina Faso for 2 years now, I've borne witness to some of the worst effects of climate change anywhere in the world. It's a big factor in this country's conflict. Step outside of Ouagadougou and into the countryside and you'll find vast numbers of internally displaced people living in extreme poverty. There are IEDs on the roadside, terrorists roam the countryside freely. The state is unable to provide security with an overstretched military and people are living in fear. It seems where people clamour for resources diminished by climate change, they go into fight or flight mode. For those who want to fight, it means joining terror groups. Those groups mostly do not have a religious ideology as their primary aim. Instead, they're financially motivated. They're looking for resources to survive, resources that are being diminished by climate change. For others, like Salem, the effect of climate change means joining a local self-defense militia to try and fight back against the militants. But even he had to leave his hometown, just like Zara or Etta. Resources are simply becoming too scarce, and it's too unsafe to stay. All of them are bound by the same thing, the enemy they cannot see, the man-made warming of the planet. Climate change contributes to conflict, and conflict leads to migration on an unprecedented scale in the Sahel. Analysts say the Sahel is a prototype for what will soon start happening in other parts of the globe as climate change continues and nothing is done. But aside from the devastation, people in the Sahel want to take back control of their futures.
What is the narrative of the Sahel which we could put out there? The Sahel is not only the land where it's a black doom and dying. It's a land of opportunities, having the two faces of the coin, not only the dark one, but also the lightened one. It's a region where you had the great kingdoms. It's a region where you have a vibrant youth. It's a region where you have a massive natural resources. Climate change is not just happening in the Sahel or in Africa. It's a global issue, and it's undermine health, it undermine agriculture, peace, security, in employment, and even economy. So by bringing together and intervening the political will with the action on the ground, we could really change a bit the narrative of the Sahel and give hope.
Ce qui, en tout cas, moi, je pense tôt ou tard, en tout cas, il y aura la paix. Et moi-même, je souhaite que la paix règne sur cette terre. C'est ce qui, en tout cas, je prie Dieu chaque fois et que je demande à Dieu que la paix règne pour que toute personne déplacée puisse retourner dans son coin et que la vie continue comme avant.
Tondo kota wende ti tondo kamba to leba kan dik tondo ha ton naure bala tondo ya buri kyonde buri kimbi la patrie où la mort nous vaincra.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to FCT in Focus, your window to the vibrant heartbeat of Nigeria's capital. We dive deep into the core of the FCT, exploring how key policies and decisions shape lives across the city. From exclusive insights into the FCT administration to voices from the streets, we bring you stories that matter. Catch FCT in Focus every Saturday and Sunday at noon. Tune in for the latest stories directly from the nation's hearts.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Hello, I'm Esther Gidu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up.
European leaders meet in London to discuss the Ukraine-Russia war following Trump-Zelensky talks at the White House. A closer look at the Ukraine-Russia war reveals how African countries and others have been impacted. And U.S. President Donald Trump says he will double tariffs on China, where most Apple products are made. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54.
European leaders met in London Sunday to discuss the Ukraine-Russia war. VOA's Arashar Basadi has the story.
World leaders gathered in London Sunday for a summit to discuss the future of Ukraine's war with Russia. 3 years into the bloody conflict, leaders at a roundtable discussion told Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky he would have their continued support. The warm welcome in Europe stood in contrast to U.S. President Donald Trump's heated exchange with Zelensky in the Oval Office during his visit last week. Ukraine's president was there to sign a rare earth mineral deal with the U.S., but things took a turn in front of news cameras.
But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing.
Trump's top diplomat repeated the president's position Sunday that Zelensky risks World War III by continuing to fight. Adding an end to this war comes through mediation and not on the battlefield.
I'm saying it's 0% likely if we don't get them to a negotiating table. And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict, the sooner people grow up and realize that, I think the more progress we're going to be able to make.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian soldiers severely wounded and with amputated body parts returned to combat. They joined what Zelensky describes as 380,000 Ukrainians wounded in the war. Democrats in the United States Congress say this is the wrong time to abandon an ally.
The soldiers that I just saw last weekend from Ukraine who were getting medical help with hook arms, trying to stand up for the Ukrainian national anthem with one leg, this is not the time for us to undermine these brave Ukrainians.
And as the wounded population of Ukraine grows, so too do calls for peace talks.
We have to give peace a chance. We have to to create the circumstances in which enough pressure is brought on Putin, on Russia, to bring them, to coax them, to force them to the negotiating table. But if it goes wrong, we must be there on Ukraine's side.
For the Ukrainian soldiers, some badly injured still staffing the front lines, a peace deal may not come soon enough. Arash Erbasadi, VOA News.
If the war in Ukraine ends soon, what does China hope to reap from the conflict, and where will Russia's ambitions move to, and how are countries in Africa being affected by the war? And what role are they able to play going forward? VOA's Philip Alexiou talks with Alex Vines in London. He's the director of the Africa program at Chatham House.
China wants to benefit from better trade. It wants to strengthen its position with the global south to show that it is kind of able to play a mediatory role. So that's why the messages all out of China, from what I can see, are positive about an accommodation between Russia and Ukraine, some sort of kind of agreement related to the conflict, which is certainly what countries in Africa are looking for. For example, they are. You could see that even more countries have abstained in the UN General Assembly vote on Ukraine and Russia.
So this war really has been a big burden on everybody, but certainly has had a pretty big effect in Africa. You're talking about high prices for fertilizer and a number of things. How bad has this war really hit the African continent?
Yeah, so that's a good question. It has hit and it's contributed to inflation. So fertilizer is one that you've mentioned, but grain is a very significant inflationary cost for some countries, be they Somalia, be they Egypt also. And that in turn has impacted people's pockets and grown frustration about governments that haven't been able to deal with inflation. I mean, inflation is a global issue, as you well know from the United States. But I was struck when I was, for example, in rural Mozambique last year, talking to some ex-combatants that had just been demobilized, or should I say reintegrated finally in a peace process, that they were complaining about the cost of living and saying it was all because of a distant war in Europe. So they were, and these are people that were pre-literate, hadn't properly gone through an educational system, but acutely aware of a distant war in Europe contributing to their cost of living problems. And they were complaining about the price of rice, the price of grain, and various other commodities, fertilizer, which you mentioned.
And of course, you've got this war in Sudan, and when you look at places like that, which is exacerbating the problem there in and of itself, has Africa been able to, now that the war has been in its third year, been able to make any adjustments to their situation? I guess it would be sort of sporadic from one country to the next.
Yeah, so, I mean, many African countries do regard it as a distant European conflict, and they don't want to get pigeonholed into being pro-West or pro-Russian. And so you see very high levels of abstention in kind of, when you have global votes like in the UN General Assembly. What they have also done is to try and ensure that they maintain diplomatic relations, cordial ones with the US, with Russia, with the European Union and others. So again, to kind of manage those differences. And then a few African countries have tried to mediate. So there was a mediation effort, which the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa was part of, but you had Congo, Brazzaville, and if I remember right, Ghana and Zambia involved. And just recently, you've had an invitation for the Ukrainian President Zelensky, to have a state visit to South Africa, for example. So some of the more negative comments about Mr. Zelensky have actually brought some sympathy in the African continent to Ukraine, which I hadn't seen before.
And what about Russia and their relationship with Africa? Is it being affected by their incursion into Ukraine? Because that's hurt Africa, yet Africa's with Russia like a lot of other countries.
Yeah. I mean, the Russian footprint in Africa before the conflict was fairly limited. They had tried to start growing it. There'd been already one Africa-Russia summit, or should I say Russia-Africa summit. There was a second one which attracted a lot less African participation because of the conflict in Ukraine. But what is happening is that the Russians, I think, are looking at Africa as a important potential marketplace for them after a cessation of hostilities with Ukraine. They have lost market share, in particular with defense sales. You've seen China and Turkey really benefit from Russia not able to consistently supply or offer quality offers on the arms market, and both Turkey and China have been opportunists in this regard. And I think the Russians want to carve back some of that market share.
That was Alex Vines, the director of the Africa program at Chatham House, speaking with VOA's Philip Alexiou. Thousands of people gathered to attend the burial of Namibia's founding president, Sam Nujoma. He's the man who led Namibia to independence in 1990. Nujoma died on February 8th at 95 and was laid to rest at the Heroes Acre Memorial outside the capital, Windhoek, on Saturday. Tracy Tafiranyika reports.
Namibians, as well as a number of foreign dignitaries, converged at the Heroes Acre Memorial for the burial of Nujoma. Among the dignitaries who came to pay their final respects were South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa, former South African President Thabo Mbeki, and former Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete. Yvonne Dowsab, Namibia's Minister of Justice, says Neoma left a legacy of freedom and unity among Namibians.
We've come to the end of what was a very difficult 21 days since the passing of our founding father of the Namibian nation, our first president of the Republic of Namibia. A man that we revered greatly, but also a man that we had very, very great admiration for what he has done for us.
Namibian President Nangolo Mbumba described Neoma as a giant among leaders and a revolutionary icon. He said Neoma left the people of Namibia with the gift of freedom and independence.
We take solace that President Sam Neoma, who will now rest among his fellow illustrious heroes and heroines, has completed his mission with distinction, fulfilling his destiny and leaving behind the most precious gift of freedom and independence for the people of Namibia.
Among the mourners was Jerobin Shanika, a Namibian diplomat who worked with Neoma as his private secretary and special assistant.
I've learned a lot from him because he is a man of principles and was dedicated to the cause, first of the liberation of Namibia and of course of nation building. Particularly when it comes to education, he was very firm on education because he believed that every child must have access to education.
Namibia had observed a 21-day mourning period with flags at half-staff. Neoma's body was flown across 7 regions, allowing thousands to pay their final respects. Tresita Frenyika, VOA Africa, Windhoek, Namibia.
With nearly 1 million Sudanese refugees having fled to Chad, escaping what the United States is calling a genocide in Darfur, the country has taken an unusual step, allowing them to work. Due to a groundbreaking asylum law, refugees are finding ways to rebuild their lives, while Chadians business owners offer what little employment they can. Henry Wilkins has details from Adre, Chad.
Nearly 1 million refugees have fled Sudan's war since 2023, pouring west into neighbouring Chad. They are escaping what the United States has called a genocide in Darfur. Munira Gamra, a Chadian business owner in Adre, near the Sudanese border, runs a small factory producing peanut oil and ice.
The Sudanese people are suffering. They struggle when they arrive here, but there's no work for them. We try to help by hiring them, but we can only afford to pay enough for food.
Unlike most refugee-hosting nations, Chad allows refugees to work, thanks to a progressive asylum law implemented just days after the war began. Iajin Buyan is with the UN's refugee agency, UNHCR. She says Chad's approach could shift global perceptions of refugees.
It could be seen as a burden, and then we just really want to change the narrative.
Asked how unusual Chad's approach is, Bian replied,
Extremely rare opportunity, and then that's something that UNHCR advocate the government to integrate refugee within their society, for example, education, health system, and then job opportunity.
World Bank research shows the economic impact of the law, which is designed to encourage refugees to play an active role in the economy, is limited by the fact many of the refugee settlements are in remote parts of the country. There are few resources there to support employment. It says the refugees are putting a strain on what is already one of the poorest countries in the world, although Chad's GDP has remained steady since the law was implemented. Among those being helped by Chad's law is Salma Mohammed, who fled ethnic violence in Sudan.
I was just trying to find a safe place for my children. Then suddenly we were ambushed. Armed men on motorbikes surrounded us. Our car was trapped in the middle and we were terrified.
Now in Chad, she earns a living making decorative pieces for the home. Still, Gamro acknowledges that tensions between local residents and refugees persist.
Some Sudanese go to the market, take people's belongings, and create problems.
Kenya introduced a similar refugee work law in 2021. Research suggests it's had a positive economic impact on that country. Henry Wilkins, VOA News, Adre, Chad.
Calm is returning to Bukavu in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo after M23 fighters entered the city. The M23 rebel movement, which has expanded its territory since January, is ordering schools to resume operations after a brief suspension following their takeover. VOA's Paul Ndiho spoke with Fabien Mwezi, Secretary General of the Center of Political and Strategic Studies based in Bukavu, about the ongoing situation.
Last week they appointed the governor and its two deputy and the mayor of the city. They also appointed the mayor of Bukavu.
So where do they get the authority to do that? They are not a government.
They have to administrate it. And that's why they are putting governor and whatever, because they said they want to show that the way they are governing is different with the government.
It's been 2 weeks since they took over. What is it that they have done this far to guarantee security for the people, to make sure that people are going about their business, going to shops, are going to the markets, and doing their normal, everyday kind of duties?
Besides the two bombs that exploded on Thursday, but the security in the town, I think it's good. They are trying to maintain the security. They have the military in the evening, which are going on the avenue to see if to assure that security is maintained.
You mean a military curfew?
Yeah, they made a curfew, yeah. Every evening there is a curfew, and they are asking the people if they found someone who is harassing people or who is in a bad thing, they must denounce him and they will take care of him the way they do it.
As the Congolese, are you secure? Is this your new reality?
I know it's a situation of war, people are afraid, but people, I think, are secure because we are sending our children to school. People are going to markets, and they have asked also the other activities to start by Monday. We are waiting now the administration to start because I appoint the new authorities. But I think normal people have, we can't fear something because of the assurance that they are there for the security of the people, but normal people has no problem, except the bomb that exploded on Thursday, but the situation is not very bad at all.
You talked about young children going back to school. Are the schools open? Is everything back to normal?
Children are going to school. The market are okay. Stores are opened. The activities which are not resumed yet, it was the administrative activities. They were waiting for the appointment of new authorities. The big problem we have, it's accessing money to bank.
So,
you know,
so there is no money.
In Bukavu, the banks who are here are branches of the men who are in Kinshasa. The main offices are in Kinshasa. They don't have money. People can't access their money. This is the big issue that the M23 is facing here. It's a big challenge for the AFC and M23.
Fabien Mwezi is the Secretary General of the Center of Political and Strategic Studies in Bukavu. Still to come, the Horn of Africa develops disaster preparedness plan. We'll be right back. In other news, the Ugandan army says it has dispatched troops to Mahagi, a town in northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo, to fight local armed groups amid fears that a raging conflict could spiral into a wider war. The deployment was requested by the Congolese army following the alleged massacres of civilians. The World Health Organization, citing Uganda's health ministry, says a second Ebola patient, a 4-year-old child, has died. The fatality brings the number of confirmed cases in Uganda to 10. Uganda declared an outbreak of the highly infectious and often fatal disease in January after the death of a male nurse at the Mulago National Referral Hospital in Kampala. And Abigail Kwate, at age 27, became Ghana's first female world boxing champion and the first woman to travel the world as a member of the West African nation's national team. Kwate, who hails from Jamestown, defeated British boxer Sangita Birdie last November in Jamestown's main boxing area, winning the WIBF World Super Bantamweight title. Technology giant Apple has announced that it will spend $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years and create 20,000 jobs, signaling its pro-U.S. jobs and investment policy. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced that he will double tariffs on China, where most Apple products are made. Michelle Quinn has more.
Many iPhones and other Apple products are made in China. In recent years, Apple has expanded its manufacturing into other countries, such as Vietnam and India, but not so much to the United States. That is changing. This week, Apple said that over the next 4 years, it would invest $500 billion in the U.S., with plans that include building a Texas facility to manufacture artificial intelligence servers and commit to creating 20,000 U.S. jobs. Apple's announcement follows a meeting last week between CEO Tim Cook and President Donald Trump. The iPhone maker is among U.S. firms recently announcing domestic investment and job creation.
They're going to build here instead because they don't want to pay the tariffs.
In a social media post on Thursday, Trump doubled the 10% universal tariff imposed on China, effective Tuesday. Observers say that Apple's move is part of its trend to diversify its supply chain and is not related to Trump's tariffs on China.
I mean, they are now have been for some years in the process of moving production away from China anyway, pre-tariff. There's still a substantial amount in China, but there's a trend here that's clear, and I think that Apple will continue that.
While much of Apple's plans had been known, the company is signaling its pro-U.S. jobs and investment policy, a priority for the Trump administration.
They're just taking the opportunity to use, the press releases to try to just get some more public exposure for a lot of things they were already spending, and obviously align well with kind of a pro-U.S. policy.
As part of its U.S. investment, Apple said it would produce its advanced silicon chips in the Arizona plant of TSMC, the Taiwanese semiconductor firm. Michelle Quinn, VOA News.
As countries face increasing risks of climate-related disasters in the Horn of Africa, a trade bloc is partnering with humanitarian organizations to develop a disaster preparedness program to enhance early warning systems and strengthen risk management across the 8 member states. Juma Majanga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
Climate extremes are becoming a familiar pattern across the world. Experts say the effects have been devastating in the Horn of Africa due to a lack of preparedness. An 8-country trade bloc is coming up with solutions. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, or IGAD, has developed an anticipatory action plan to help the region's member states minimize losses caused by climate disasters.
We are trying to provide a guidance as IGAD, as a regional body, to help countries and the region transition towards anticipation, which is also in par with the climate crisis narrative, the development narrative, but also most importantly on how to address the humanitarian needs and the humanitarian crisis that is that seems to be perennial in the IGAD region.
The IGAD Anticipatory Action Plan provides member countries and other partners with a roadmap for putting in place necessary measures before disasters strike. The process begins at the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center in Nairobi, Kenya, where staff members monitor disasters, collect data and analyze early disaster indicators. The findings are then communicated to member states through alerts or advisories.
Since all major hazards within our region are climate related, so getting early warning in terms of extreme weather and climate issues will form anticipatory action in terms of disasters.
The anticipatory plan is being implemented in partnership with key humanitarian organizations with operations in the region, including the World Food Programme Eastern Africa and the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, or FAO. FAO Kenya's Hamisi Williams says climate change has affected Africa's food production and productivity.
It has also affected our levels of trade, the entire system. And that means that it has overall reduced the ability of us to have nutritious food on the table.
Williams says having an anticipatory action plan can help the region better cope with future disasters.
We saw how every time we play catch up with these disasters. But if we have a defined roadmap like now and we follow the roadmap, then what we are trying to do now is to say we are going to be ahead of the disaster when it comes.
IGAD's Amdihun says implementation of the action plan offers a win-win situation for governments and communities in the region.
If the risk, as you anticipate, materializes, that means you have averted a big catastrophe to the communities, to their assets, to their livelihoods, and so on. If it doesn't unfold the way you expected it, you have still invested on communities.
The Horn of Africa has seen some of the worst climate-related disasters in recent years, including deadly droughts and subsequent flooding. Experts hope the regional transition from a reactive to a proactive approach to climate extremes will help protect vulnerable communities from their devastating impacts. Juma Majanga, VOA News, Nairobi.
And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thank you for watching.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Now here's some exciting news. ADBN is everywhere you are. Stay connected with us across all our social media and streaming platforms for exclusive news updates, captivating stories, and more. Join the ADBN community today via our various platforms on Avo TV app, ADBN Channel 121, Niger TV app, ADBN TV, Limex World TV app, ADBN TV. To get the latest news straight to your phone, join our WhatsApp channel. Just search for ADBN TV and hit the follow button. Turn on your notification to stay updated and never miss any part of the experience. Stay in the conversation with us across our social media handles. On X at ADBN_TV, Instagram at ADBN_TV, Facebook ADBN TV, YouTube ADBN TV_NG, and keep visiting our website on www.adbntv.com. Watch us live anytime, anywhere. ADBN TV, a part of you.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
What's up, guys? How are y'all doing? I see you. You're looking great. You're looking great. It's your host with the Holy Ghost, Baron J, bringing you uplifting gospel music videos, interviews, and stories of people like you and me. Welcome to One Cube Naija, your home of one world, one hope, and one music. On today's program, we will be considering right and wrong perspectives. You will agree with me that perspective is key. It is important to maintain a balanced perspective in life. What may seem like a setback or misfortune at first can turn out to be a blessing in disguise, or vice versa. But before we dig deep, let's roll with this video, Gold by Limo Blaze and Adaehi. Please don't go anywhere.
Make a sign up, but I don't know you. I want you, no. If you like to know, say you're my heart desire. And anything will concern you, I know go retire. Cause I got something more than gold. Oh my, that is more than gold. You're the lover of my soul. Oh, this thing is more than gold. Even if not the love, it they give me no matter. Even if they pull up with their friends, I know go enter. I go leave your side, we go take you paradise. Shall you they feel my vibe? Me, I get eternal life. Oh, even if not all the way, then give me no matter. Even if they pull up, we take place, I no go enter. I go leave your side, we go take you paradise. Shall you they feel my vibe? Me, I get eternal life. Oh, somewhere say your pocket, I don't care for that your dollar.
The message that I have to any youth that is getting involved in music ministry is that the secret sauce, the secret ingredients is you. The world is waiting for you to share what you have for the world. We don't need another Chandler Moore. We already have one. We don't need another Kurt Franklin. We have a Kurt Franklin already. And a lot of times it's like you look at other people and you try to somewhat mimic their path and say, okay, if this is the path to success, let me mimic that path. But no, the world is waiting for you, and there's a secret sauce that you have that only you have, and that's what the world needs. That's why God uniquely created you to walk your path. And so there's nothing wrong with looking at successful people and gleaning from them, but just remember, you don't have to be a carbon copy. Be yourself.
Be yourself. Everyone else is taken. Word. Perspective is all about the way we see a situation. It's easy to focus on what is wrong in life, what we don't have, and how big our obstacles are. But if we are not careful, we will lose sight of all the good things that God has done. We will take for granted our family, our friends, our health, and all the opportunities God has blessed us with. We get so busy, so stressed out that we don't appreciate the gift of today. With what we face in our world today, it's very easy to give off negative vibes. And you may find yourself saying something like, I know I will never make it. But the right thing to say is, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. You can have two people going through the same circumstance, and while one is negative, complaining, and enduring life, the other will be happy, grateful, and enjoying life. What is the difference? Perspective. How have you chosen to see life? The truth is, where you are is someone else's desired achievement. Enjoy this next video from Great Man Takit titled, Look What You've Done for Me. And he features the amazing group 121 Selah. I'll be right here waiting for you.
For I am sure that neither death nor life, nor angels nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor heights, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Yeah, I was broken from the day I was born, begotten into a race I didn't know how to run. Your sovereignty in this space gave my father a son. I wasn't meant to be here, but you're a marvelous one. My phone didn't ring for you to give me a call, and all the trauma that I carried didn't stop you at all. For every time that I trespassed, you gave a speech with your blood, cause you would rather die than watch this boy taking the fall. I felt like a fraud for the longest, I'm just being honest, but every failure after failure was me being furnished. You put your image that I could have sworn would be tarnished on the inside of this man who deserves to be punished. Who would have thought that my point of view would be green? My shepherd deep in his hand in the dirt for me to be clean. The lawful captive for most of the times, but you intervened. You woke me up from my slumber so I could live in your dreams. Jesus, look what you've done already. Blessings becoming heavy. You fill my mouth and belly. You satisfy me early. These ops be coming near me. You make me armed and ready. You teach my hands to steady. These ops no longer scare me. You break my prison bars. I walk through open doors. These bruises of addiction. You healing all the scars. He put me in detention. Porn even made it worse. But you performed the stitching. You even went as far as going through Hades gates. Look like a grave mistake, but you're the chess master. That was a gambit, mate. Then you finessed after going through heaven's gates. Open the next chapter. I'm talking heavy grace. I know what heaven is. I hear what heaven says. Open my lungs, you find that I know what heaven breathes. Made from the dust, but truly I know what heaven gives. Once I was lost, but truly I know where heaven lives. Towards the end of this matter, I am his. My salvation came on a platter that ever bleeds. I'm held by the grip of the Father that never lives. So I am humble forever. I'm on my knees.
What would I do without your love? Feel the warmth of your arms around me.
See what you've done already.
Look what you've done already.
You have done it all. Jesus, look at.
Look what you've done already.
What would I do? Yeah. Your arms around me. Look what you've done already. 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 What you've done already.
is done already.
You are worthy, and no one can worship you for me. For all the things you've done for me, and no one can worship you for me. Lift it up. Here's my worship, all of my worship. Receive my worship, all of my worship. Here's my worship, all of my worship. Father, receive my worship, all of my worship. You are worthy, and no one can worship you for me. For all the things you've done for me, and no one can worship you for me. Come on, let's sing it out in this place. Here's my worship. Say all of my worship.
Thank you, Phil Thompson, for this remarkable song, My Worship. That song in particular echoes the heart cry of many people across the world. I love this phrase from one of my favorite preachers. If you complain, you are going to remain. But if you praise, you will be raised. If you complain, about where you are, you may never get to where you want to be. You know what? Get a testimony jar and write down your desires and testimonies as they happen, and just keep loading them up. Very soon, you'll be amazed at how all those prayer points will become testimonies. With a simple shift in perspective, you will move from enduring life to enjoying life. Let's take this time and pray. Please pray with me. Father God, we thank you for a beautiful day. Thank you because you always give us the opportunity to come to you. As Jesus said in his word, those you have allowed to come to me shall come to me. Father, today we come before you knowing fully well that we are sinners. And we also understand and believe in our hearts that you died to remove the root of that sin. Thank you, Father, for giving us a new life through your Son, Jesus Christ. Thank you also, Father, because we are here to say we surrender the reins of control of our life. And we say, run our lives the way you please and guide us to the place of purpose and destiny. Also, Father, we're here to ask you to give us the right perspective through your Spirit to always and in every situation and circumstance look at the right things. Look at things that please you. Look at things that give us joy and allow peace into our hearts. Thank you, Father, because when we call unto you, you are always more than able and willing to give us everything we ask for. In the name of Jesus, we've prayed. Amen. Congratulations. God is in complete control of your life, and his plan for you is for good and not of evil. So don't just sit down and complain. Instead, you can read your Bible and pray and obey what God's word says in the Bible and watch your testimonies roll in. 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 18 doesn't say to give thanks for everything, but to give thanks in everything. In other words, we don't thank God for the trouble, but in the trouble. We thank him because we are coming out in the difficult times. We thank God that he is turning things around. Don't go away. Word Cafe comes up next, and I'll be right here after.
Yeah, Uncle Chris, Uncle Keith, Uncle Ricky. Before the Lord get me, I gotta say something quickly. I grew up iffy since my daddy wasn't with me, shoot. I wasn't picky, I'll take any male figure. You stepped in at the right time. It's cause of you that I write rhymes. You probably never knew that. I love the way you used to come through. Teach me to do the things that men do. And true.
Anytime you are tempted to complain, remember to turn around and thank God instead, because he is working great things in your life. I've enjoyed hanging out with you today. It's been an interesting ride. So let's do this again soon, real soon. But until then, I remain your host, Baron J, your host with the Holy Ghost. And this is Peace Out till I see you later.
You are do you ready now? Yeah, we pick them out. Smart.
never hurry, you never in a hurry. The way me dress, you look so extraordinary. Me know you the beginner and the finish of me story. You give me picture bright, picture clear, never blurry. I don't you send Cuba, Ela Yegwe, yo Maya send you a. Gwengo Belela, Tibanan Kenyela, Monkule Mela. Count on you, all on you. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you. Anything me want you give me dirty. Tell you mama lose it or win the man. He's dumb them a rise, but you calm them down. Yeah. I don't you send Cuba. Ela Yegwe yo Maya send you a. Gwengo Belela, Tibanan Kenyela, Monkule Mela. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you. I'm counting on you. I'm all in on you.
Seize the house music.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Mystery Boys, object number 2. Mystery Boys.
Jesus.
Panelist, is the cake animal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is it human?
Human.
Male?
Male.
Mr. Chairman, is this human we're looking for alive?
It's alive! 3 questions, panelists.
20 questions. A Bush House Nigeria Witty Parlor game is back with a bang. Now on ADBN, DSTV channel 258 and Star Times channel 140. Wednesday, 11 a.m. to midday, with a repeat on Friday, 9 to 10 p.m. Passion 94.5 FM, Uyo, Monday, 4 p.m. with a repeat on Saturday, 8 p.m. 20 questions, back with a bang. We never left. Don't miss it.
20 questions.
What's up, thrill seekers? Wem here.
And alongside me, the fabulous Matilda. Get ready for an adrenaline rush of sight, sound, and unforgettable experiences. Don't miss your chance to experience the events like never before. Event 360.
Your passport to the world's hottest event.
Only on ADBN TV.
It is Groovy Mono, aka the Steez Prince.
Yo, what's up? It's Big Shags. I'm in London.
Hey guys, I'm Princess Jekoko. My name is Mutale Mwanza, the Queen of Zambian Media.
My name is Grand Prince Aita. Hi guys, my name is Baj Adebule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello guys, I'm Falagade Banks.
My name is Kelechi Amadiobi, photographer, storyteller.
My name is Lanradi Dura. I'm an actor.
My name is Chidi Mokeme.
Hi, my name is Uche Uba.
It's the season.
I'm Miss Thames.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy. You can call me the entertainer.
My name is Esio Dometa. I am an actor and a film producer.
My name is Sobi Kubala.
Hi. My name is Julius the Genius. I would give a shout out to ADBN.
Big shout out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN.
And you are watching.
Keep watching ADBN TV.
And this is ADBN TV.
And this is a shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching, don't switch the dial. Shout out to ADBN. Keep watching, love.
And you are watching ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV.
I've got one thing for you. Make sure you keep watching ADBN TV.
And shout out to ADBN TV.
Shout out to ADBN TV. Don't touch the dial.
And you're watching
ADBN TV. Keep watching ADBN TV.
And I'm shouting out to ADBN TV.
You're watching ADBN TV.
Keep watching ADBN TV. This is where to be. And you're watching ADBN.
And shout out to
ADBN TV.
And shout out to ADBN TV. Keep watching.
And you're watching ADBN TV. Keep watching ADBN TV.
Right now, you're checking out ADBN TV.
One time.
ADBN, keep watching. I love you and kisses.
Keep watching ADBN.
And a special shout out to ADBN. Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
Please don't touch that dial.
Stay groovy. Hey, Bobby. Ha! It's a shout out to ADBN.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network. ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
A big hello to you and thank you for joining us and You Were There. Welcome to another heartwarming episode of Real Life Transformations. On the program today, we're taking you on a trip to Abazu in Impitoli local government area of Imo State. Now, someone once said, he that has health has hope, and he that has hope has everything. This journey we're about to begin brought health and hope to that part of Nigeria. Let's start, shall we?
Hi, can you tell us where we are going to?
We are going to Batoli.
Mbwa Toli Ogwa Abazu.
Ogwa, Imo State.
There's always an excitement about the OB team whenever they're preparing for a medical outreach because they know it's another opportunity to serve humanity with the love of God. Traveling to different parts of Nigeria to provide medical interventions is also an opportunity to see the sights and sounds of the nation. This time, the destination is Ogwa Abazu in Imo State, southeastern Nigeria. From Abuja through Nasarawa, crossing the Oweto Bridge into Benue, the landscape reveals fertile plains where farming provides food and employment to most of the rural populations. After 10 hours on the road, the team drives into Enugu, the capital of the former eastern region of Nigeria in the 60s. Now it serves as the capital of Enugu State. The sun has disappeared under the blanket of time, and the dominance of the night is only broken by the revving engines and the piercing headlights of passing vehicles. These ubiquitous trucks are the lifelines of the Nigerian economy, ferrying precious cargoes of petrol, diesel, and foodstuff from the south to the north, returning with loads of other foodstuffs and livestock, and affecting the economies of wherever the drivers choose to stop over on the trip. Like these trucks, the OB team arrives Ogwa Abazu in Imo State with loads of life-saving drugs and volunteers who are ready to provide their skills and services at no cost to all who would need their help. It's morning in Ogwa. The team arrives the venue and quickly deploys for the mission ahead. It is day one of the medical mission here at Ogwa Abazu in Impitoli local government area of Imo State. Well, if you look around, you see that our volunteers are pumped up and ready for the day. They are settling in at their different duty posts to get started for the day. So let's see how it goes. There are various specialties available to the people here. The doctors determine the needs of the clients and refer them to where they can get help. Regina Iwofo brought her daughter Mary Ann for examination. She's been diagnosed with appendicitis and recommended for surgery. Chidera Tochukwu has been diagnosed with hernia, like many others. This free medical outreach is providing them the opportunity to get the help they needed.
I am very, very happy that my daughter is now out from the theater.
I'm so happy my son is out of the theater, which was successful. May God Almighty replenish them in Jesus' name.
Apart from hernia and appendectomies, the surgeons are also working on hydrocele and fibroids.
On 2015, the doctor said I have multiple fibroids. So since then, I've been staying with it, I've been taking herbs.
Ada lived through the pains for years and refused to undergo surgery because she was scared of the outcome. But then, Ada heard of the success stories of previous surgeries done by the OB team. Ada has gone through surgery now and has a different story to tell.
Thank you, Operation Blessing. God will replenish you, people. Will give you more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. As in, you guys are very good. You are very good. God will bless you, people.
It's just the beginning, and you touched so many lives already. Good health brings hope and happiness, and you didn't just hear it from me. People like Ada and Chidera can testify. Thank you, CBN Partners, for spreading hope and happiness around the world. Now, we're not done with the people of Abazu. There are still many more people to attend to. But before we restart our engines, we'll go on a short break. Please stay with us.
From tough terrains to deep waters, bringing hope and laughter to homes and communities. Thank you, CBN Partners, for helping Martha, who was almost going blind as a result of cooking over smoky fires. She had no hope for a better life until CBN gave her a pair of glasses and a brand new business. Now she can look forward to a bright future. The people of Buckinriga village are also grateful to CBN for digging a brand new water well right at the center of their village. Now the days of lack are over. Thank you, CBN Partners, for putting smiles in people's faces.
One very important part of the body, yet so often neglected, is the mouth, especially the teeth. When the OB team came to Ogwa, it was an opportunity for those with long-standing issues to take care of their oral health.
I'm having toothache for like 4 years now. My expectation is that God is infinite mercy will make it for me to be free from the toothache problem.
Eze has seen the dentist and is now free from his dental issues.
I met the doctor. He did the operation successfully. I'm really happy.
The eye clinic has been quite busy too. Dr. Ogochukwu and his team are checking for eye defects and prescribing glasses to improve the vision of his clients.
I have an eye problem and I want to come and see doctor to see for it.
Cataract is a major cause of blindness in Nigeria, especially among the elderly. Dr. Kuden, an ophthalmologist, is here to help with removing cataracts and installing intraocular lenses.
There was a time I don't used to see very well, but now I can see clearly. The way I can see you now, my heart is full of joy. For the people that helped me, I pray that God bless them.
The women expressed their joy with prayers, a song, and a dance.
I told you that wasn't all. Even those with eye and dental challenges got the treatment they needed. CBN Partners have done it again. Thank you so much for making a difference in so many lives. We all want the answer to the question, what's the secret to living a long, healthy life? Now, some will say it's diet and exercise. Others will even say it's having enough money. But one thing is sure, health is wealth, and it should be one of our top priorities to preserve it. We'll be taking our journey to the streets where we'll be asking people to choose between health and wealth. What will their answers be? Let's find out.
I don't think I need much money, actually, to be happy. The priority is your health. Then, if you have good philosophy of life, you will be happy.
I'd rather be poor and healthy. Me, I will choose health because money will not buy health now.
If you're rich and you don't have good health, most of your money will be spent on the health. So you better be poor and you're taking care good of yourself.
I can't be any of those situations.
I think I will want to have very good health and moderately rich.
I'll be wealthy and have money to trace myself. That's the major thing. How can I be poor? No.
You can be in good health and be poor. You can also be rich and don't have access to good health. So you can actually achieve the both.
Quite some interesting choices we have there. My answer would be, why do I have to choose when I can have it all? Are you with me on this? All right, let's move on to our next story. Dongshu was only a little boy when his health took a bad turn, but all that changed when CBN Partners stepped in. Take a look.
Every time Dongshu saw a bicycle, he pictured himself on it, racing through the streets of his town. It was a far-fetched dream for a boy who couldn't walk or hold his head up without a brace.
He had a bacteria that moved throughout his body and infected his bones. He got fevers every afternoon and always cried out in the middle of the night.
I couldn't move. Every day I thought, when will I be better? When will I be able to go to school and run? When will I be able to ride a bike?
By the time he was 4, 2 sections of Dongshu's spine had deteriorated by the infection. Doctors said without treatment and surgery, he'd become permanently paralyzed and die.
Sometimes he got really bad headaches and would beat his bed with his fists.
He fell down all the time and could not even sit up to eat or drink. But he was always such a positive and brave boy. It helped me to be brave too.
Mr. Yang worked hard, sold land and borrowed money, but could never afford surgery.
I still believe one day I'd be okay.
I begged the Lord, please do this favor for our son and I will praise you forever.
Soon, a friend told the Yangs about CBN. We arranged treatments to get rid of the toxic bacteria in Dongshu's body. We also set up and paid for surgery to fix his spine.
I could feel God's love through you. I'm grateful beyond expression.
The day I was able to stand up straight was my happiest day of my life. I am healed.
Because of this, now I believe, like my wife, that God is real. It's a miracle.
And now Dongshu can race through town like he always wanted to, on a brand new bicycle also given to him by CBN.
I feel like I'm flying. You made my dream come true.
Nothing is more beautiful than being a part of transforming lives, knowing that what you do makes a difference for countless people struggling to survive. With a monthly gift as low as 2,500 naira or a one-time donation of any amount, you can give the change that so many people desperately need. You can feed the hungry, give clean water to the thirsty, give widows a lifeline for survival, provide homes for the homeless, and bring the gospel to the unsaved. Please call us to sign up on our website. We'd be honored to hear from you. Now let's get back to Abazu for the concluding part of our journey. That's next after this break.
I was born under complicated circumstances.
Back at home, I felt rejected and sad.
I felt I wasn't good enough.
He was very, very possessive.
I got pregnant. I had a baby. Then I dropped out of school.
I'm sick and tired of this life I'm leaving. Somebody tell me why am I still breathing?
I went back to the Word of God.
Right now, I know who I have on the inside of me, and I know who I
am. Strive for excellence and give it your absolute best every time you get a chance.
We will pray some more. We will dance. We will sing. We will love you more. On and on, we proclaim you, Lord. We scream from the bottom of our heart. I don't want this to end. No, never. I don't want this
to end. For 5 days, CBN's Operation Blessing has been in Ogwa Abazu, meeting the health needs of the people. Many hundreds benefited from the free medical outreach, ranging from malaria treatments, blood pressure management, dental care, eye treatments, to minor and major surgeries. All these were done with the help of our partners and volunteers from all over the country. Chisom Ezocha and his family are the major partners for this medical outreach. He says helping people in need is a legacy he inherited from his parents.
For me, health is wealth, and most of the people here cannot afford to go to hospital. Okay, so let's partner with Operation Blessing to see the much we can do, and I believe that is a starting point. The next time we're going to do this, I believe it's going to be bigger, and I believe it's going to be better.
Another partner on this outreach at the Anglican Communion, Venerable Chimezie Chibuike, is the superintendent of the Ogwa Mission General Hospital.
People from different areas beyond the Ogwa community have been in this hospital for these 4 or 5 days. Many operations have been carried out: appendicitis, hernia, fibroid, name them.
Over the years, medical experts have volunteered their time and skills with Obi to help people in need. It's been the same on this outreach to Ogwa.
It's not been easy because we have a whole lot of people, but it's been wonderful. It's good there. It's nice when you are able to assist somebody, when you're able to render help, when you're able to care and show some love to some people, especially those who cannot afford this.
God has been very faithful. I must confess, since we have been carrying out operations like this, we have not had any problem, any complication, and I'm happy to really attend to them.
It has been great so far. The patients that we have seen, all of them went home happy and relieved of their pain, and they were so thankful.
I want to thank and appreciate our volunteers who, for the past 6 days, have labored day and night just to touch and to bring smiles on the faces of this village. I want to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the sacrifice.
We have come to the end of the medical outreach. The volunteers have worked very hard, and the partners have spared no expense to ensure most of those that came out got the treatment they needed.
I want to thank Operation Blessing team. I went into the theater for an operation, and it was successful. I thank God for this good thing they have done for me.
The local community have been the most beneficiary, and they have been so happy. From all of us, we just want to say thank you.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is You Were There. On the program today, we've seen hundreds of people receive the help they need, all thanks to the faithful giving of CBN partners. Right about now, it's time to check out some of your comments on our feedback segment.
Hello everyone. Have you ever come face to face with a question?
Before you say I do, should I have sex?
Hopefully you'll be able to give us the answers that...
It's a young man, I see you. I prophesy that thing that kill your father will not kill you. I could not say amen because my father is still alive.
Go, Rolly. Go, Rolly. Just do it. Do it. It's living the life. Yes, it is.
I'm sure you had a good time today because I did, guiding you through every story of transformation. Now it's time to say goodbye, but the journey doesn't have to end here. You can stay in touch through our social media handles. Would love to keep this conversation going. Until next week, it's goodbye from all of us.
ADBN, Advocate Broadcasting Network.
Coming up on TPI.
You all are the co-authors of this book, Grief Through His Eyes. You have 14 co-authors, and the great thing about it is all men.
Yes, us women, we have a plethora of so many different things that we can do, but our men don't get a chance to share. They don't get a chance to express, and they don't get a chance to tell their story, tell their authentic stories.
Well, hello and welcome to TPI. I'm your host, Muyiwa Larry Waju. Thank you for joining me. I'm so excited because today it's all about men. Now, ladies, don't go anywhere. This episode will be useful for you as well. Life can be hard sometimes, but as men, we often don't invite others into our pain. Today, brothers, we have created a safe space for you to unload your burdens. So stay with me, and I promise you will be better by the end of the show. First up, Tiki Davis grew up in a broken home. Despite that, he became an all-star athlete in high school. Tiki was on his way to stardom when a girl accused him of rape. He went from the football field to a prison. His life seemed to have come to an end until years later, an unexpected phone call changed everything.
Self-made millionaire Tiki Davis has faced his share of obstacles on his way to success, starting with his childhood, where he was one step away from becoming another statistic.
When I was growing up in Odessa, we were murder capital of the world. The drugs, the crime, and a lot of that stuff was going on around here, and I was just a product of it.
With an absentee dad and a drug-addicted mom, Tiki had to take care of himself from an early age. He was living on the streets by the time he was 12. Yet Tiki saw a way out of poverty, playing football.
My first goal and aspiration that I really could remember was to be a football player. The game of football gave me a sense of meaning, made me feel good about myself.
His fortune would change when a teacher arranged for him to be moved into a boys' home.
At that time, 11, 12 years old was the first time in my life that I knew I was gonna have a stable place to live. I was able to go to football practice every day. I was able to play in the games every week. And that's when I started to excel because my home life was somewhat normal. I was really feeling really good there.
In high school, life got even better. Tiki moved in with a loving foster family, was making good grades, and was a shoo-in for a football scholarship. Then, the summer of his senior year, a girl accused him of rape.
And at that time, I didn't know how much trouble I was in. I felt shocked. I felt defeated. I was accused of a crime that wiped my whole football career away. Talking about the lowest point in my life, and that moment was that dream, that first thing that I wanted, it was gone.
Despite insufficient evidence, Tiki's court-appointed lawyer advised Tiki to plead guilty to a lesser charge. He would serve 6 months in county jail for a crime he didn't commit. Now his hopes for college and a successful career seemed to vanish. However, in jail, Tiki fully dedicated his life to God.
All I had was God. And I said, God, just see me through this. As I would go to chapel when I was incarcerated, you know, story of Abraham, story of David, guys that had great pain, or, you know, one day they were in the fields and the next day they were in the palace and stuff like that. So I said, if God did it for David, he can do it for me.
After his release, Tiki went on to graduate high school and got a job washing cars at a dealership. 2 years later, the law changed, and he now had to register as a sex offender, not part of his original plea deal. Tiki knew that label would make life much harder.
It made me feel like I was guilty, and that's when I really did get angry, because now you're on the internet. I prayed every day or every week when I was going through that time in my life, remove this case, remove this crime, remove this out of my life, God. I didn't know if God was going to answer that prayer, but I never questioned God.
Still, Tiki would defy the odds with the help of his employer. He went on to earn a bachelor's, then master's degree. Afterwards, he worked in the oil and gas industry and eventually started his own energy consulting firm. By 35, he was a millionaire and a pillar of the community. Yet he still carried the stigma of being labeled a sex offender, as the courts had refused to clear his name.
Only thing that I asked him for directly, that I asked God for, was to remove this registry, clean my name. And I challenged the state of Texas to honor their original agreement.
As his lawyer prepared his case, Tiki continued to trust God for justice. Then one day, he got an unexpected call. It was the woman who had accused him all those years ago.
She says, Tiki, I've been wanting to help you for 15 years. She says, I know you're a good man, because I'm ashamed of what I did to you. So now, any anger or any malice that I had for her all went out the window, because now, this whole time, these 20 plus years, I think I'm the only one suffering. And she says, Tiki, I'm sorry. And I'm saying, I'm sorry.
While Tiki had forgiven her, there was one thing that needed to be done.
And I found myself telling her, I don't know if I can get this done without your help. If you tell the lawyers what you told me, then we should be good.
So the woman recanted her testimony. And on May 17, 2018, Tiki Davis once again stood before a judge.
Judge says, Tiki, I can't do anything about the state of Texas, can't do anything that happened in this courtroom before me, but I can do something today. And he says, moving forward, you're a free man. I'm gonna remove you from the registry today. And so, man, I cried, man.
Today, Tiki is an award-winning entrepreneur, successful businessman, and motivational speaker. He says his faith in God is what carried him through the trials he faced and delivered him from his traumatic past.
If I look back over my life, God's been with me the whole time. I couldn't have got through what I got through if God wasn't the one that was carrying me. I'm only here because of the grace of God.
Amen. Brothers, the grace of God will keep you. Let me encourage you, if you've been wronged or been through challenging circumstances like Tiki growing up, if you put your trust in God, He will make your crooked ways straight. Psalm 126 verse 5 says this, those who sow in tears shall reap in joy. Amen. Up next, Grief Through His Eyes, a book co-authored by 14 men who share their stories of loss and how they struggled to cope. Erica Linney sat down with the visionary of the project and two of its co-authors to share how men can find strength and victory in grief.
Well, Deborah Fry, Cliff Hedgepeth, and Brian Leonard, thank you so much for joining me on TPI.
Thank you for having us.
Now, you all are the co-authors of this book, Grief Through His Eyes. Now, while you are definitely authors on this, Deborah, this was your vision. Now,
Yes.
just to start back, go back a little bit, you've already written 7 books prior to this, most of them dealing with grief.
Right.
But this time, you have 14 co-authors, and the great thing about it is all men.
Yes.
So why did you choose to focus on grief specifically for men?
Well, it was something that the Lord dropped into my spirit. I take no credit. So it was something that He dropped into my spirit too, because He gave it to me years ago. But I put it high on the shelf because I didn't think I was qualified to do such a project. Us women, we have a plethora of so many different things that we can do, but our men don't get a chance to share. They don't get a chance to express in a safe space, and they don't get a chance to tell their story, tell their authentic stories.
Well, I'm glad we have 2 of the authors here. So I'm going to start with you, Cliff. Okay. Now, when you were 16,
yes,
your mother passed away. Take me back to that day and share what happened.
Yes, I am the youngest of 7 siblings. And at the time, all of them were grown and gone. And I was the only one left home with my single mother. And as we were walking home, she said to me, she said, baby, my head hurts. And my mother wasn't one to complain, you know, and you just brushed it off, you know, and went home. And when we got home, she sat down and she was sitting on the sofa, counting her money for the day, you know, and then I said, Mom, I'm gonna run down in the corner and spend some time with my sister Marie. So I did, and when I returned home, there was my mother still sitting in the same spot that she was when I left her, with her head thrown back, eyes open, all of her money still in her lap. I discovered her that way. And it was a shock to me because I lost a lot of opportunity, because being 16, I was a rebellious 16. I had already dropped out of school. I had living a life that I know she couldn't be proud of. So what happened with that, from that moment, is she became the catalyst for my whole life.
Wow.
Because I didn't have a chance to make her proud at the time. So it was a turning point
For you.
For me.
Well, Brian, your story's pretty fresh. In 2021, you suffered, in a 2-month span, several losses. Tell us what happened.
Yes, during our celebration of our 37th wedding anniversary, prior to that, we had went to Alabama to visit our brother-in-law who had just passed away from a long-term battle with cancer, my wife and I and family. But during that time we came back, as a result, we both tested positive for COVID pneumonia. We ended up in the hospital. The situation was very, very difficult. Our lives were both in danger, and they was concerned about our oxygen levels while we was at the hospital. And as a result, as time went on, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, was able to recover, but unfortunately my wife, who had experienced difficulties because of the symptoms of COVID pneumonia, she succumbed to those conditions and transitioned to be with the Lord. But at the same time, also, my son's wife suffered their second miscarriage. And at the same time, my daughter also needed surgery right then on her left toe, because they was looking to amputate her toe because it got so infected.
Now, both of you seem to be in a good place, and I know grief is ongoing. I know it's ongoing. But what I got from your story, and basically every story in the book, with men, when it comes to grief, they suppress it. There is a suppressing, there is not a reaching out for help. And I talked to a friend yesterday, and I was talking to him about this interview coming up. And he said, you know, he has this thing he calls crying in the car. And I was like, well, why do you cry in the car? He said, well, I can't cry at home because I got to be strong for my family.
Wow.
I can't cry at work.
Yeah.
I can't cry even at church.
Yeah.
So the only place I have is to cry in the car.
My goodness.
What is it with men that resist that urge to reach out, to ask for help, to grieve properly?
Wow. Don't go anywhere. We have part 2 of their conversation after this. Your Turning Point experience doesn't have to end when the program is over. Follow us on your favorite social media. Welcome back. Before the break, we featured 3 of the 14 co-authors of a book called Grief Through His Eyes, where men of all walks of life share their struggles and triumphs over loss. Here's part 2 of their conversation.
What is it with men that resist that urge to reach out, to ask for help, to grieve properly?
Well, I think we just didn't know how to express our grief. You know, when I wrote this chapter in my book, that was the first time that I shared the story of the details of what happened in that situation with my mother. And also, men don't go through the process. Men, for some reason, don't read as much as women do. So that's why we made all the chapters short and concise and with a follow-up where they too can have an opportunity to go ahead and deal with the grief without holding that emotion in.
If you look at the generation from where I come from, you know, men were, like Pastor Cliff said, were meant to be strong and, you know.
And no counseling.
No counseling.
Absolutely no counseling.
No direction.
That's right.
No.
You know, don't talk or share anything to another man about, you know, what you're going through, especially when it's going to produce tears, you know. But I believe it can be one of the most powerful breaking points that can not only break that stereotype, but it allow men's hearts to know that they are valued and that they have a purpose in life, even in the midst of tears and the pain, and knowing that God can make a difference in their lives. And He can use those tears as a testimony where men already can have chapters put on paper so that others can be a blessing, you know, where they can be a blessing as well to other men and even women as well throughout the world.
And it is time to do that work that we've been taught, and not to be ashamed of it, not to be ashamed. So with this book, Grief Through His Eyes, it gives men a safe place because they're able to see themselves in the mirror of reading another man's story.
Yes, amen.
Yeah.
Well, one other thing I want to touch on for Deborah, specifically for women, how can women be a support to the men in their life who are going through grief?
By having a listening heart. Having a listening heart and giving your man, your son, your husband, your boo, whoever you have in your life, giving them a safe place to speak. Being in tune with and having discernment to know that today may not have been a good day for him. So have a safe place for them to come and to be able to share without judgment.
That's the key, without
judgment.
Yes, amen.
Yeah.
So then this question is for any one of you. What role did faith in the Word of God play in your healing, and how important is that?
Well, if I might, you know, the title of the book is Grief Through His Eyes, and that can be from two perspectives. That can be from the eyes of the men that's actually writing the book, and then it can be from the eyes of God, how He sees grief. You know, I think when we go through the grieving process, there's also a fortification of our spirit to enhance the love that is in us for the person that's lost. Because God intensifies us at the most in our grieving moments. It's when we grieve properly, our focus is on that one person and on that loss or whatever it is, and God uses all of our energy inside of us to enhance the strength of the love that we have for the person that will last for eternity. And that was so beautiful about it, because grief through His eyes is God has equipped us to handle loss, and stress won't take advantage of us.
The beautiful thing I also want to add to that is that what has helped my faith, and even will help other men's faith, is this. Jesus took on flesh and blood just like we did. So He knows exactly, absolutely everything that we will ever face in the midst of that emotion and that pain, those times when we don't know what to say and what to do. And He has equipped us with that faith to the point where when we're faced with some of the most traumatic situations in our life, and we may have questions on why, who, what, where, and so forth and so on, even in the midst of our tears. And I'm here to let people know to this day, I still have my moment of tears.
Oh, absolutely.
One thing I've learned in my grief experience, and according to the Word of God, is that in the midst of our grief, God does a new thing. A new thing. We may not fully understand it, but as it manifests over time, you know, and Pastor Cliff talked about the seasons, you know, there's a time and season for everything. But even in the midst of those times, God does a new thing. And as that new thing is deposited in us, we can take that new thing and bless other men other people and knowing that, you too, you can make it. You can make it. You can get through this. You don't have to succumb to the lies of the enemy to say give up on life because you've just suffered a loss of a loved one.
Yes, amen.
Yeah.
So in conclusion, what would each of you, if you could have a personal message to someone who's watching, what would you say to a man who is grieving, or share something from the book that you want to give to a man who's grieving right now? What would you say to them?
I would say this to viewers out there, men, regardless of your race, background, your past, your present, and even your future, that when men sow tears, and it's okay to cry. It's okay to cry, men. It's okay to break the ice and let the tears flow.
Well, what I would say is reach out. Reach out. That doesn't mean you have to call everyone in the neighborhood. You can Google how to overcome grief, what to do to work or cope in grief. So reach out and know that you're never, ever alone in this thing called grief.
I would say that just rely on the promises of God. And there's a scripture, if I might just share the scripture. This scripture is found in Isaiah 61:3. And it says that God will give you beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that we might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. And all is to the glory of God.
Amen. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for writing this book. And you have another book coming out, Volume 2 of Grief Through His Eyes, with 15 authors.
15 new.
So we're going to look for that as well. So thank you so much for sharing your stories today.
Thank you for having us, Eric.
Someone may be grieving the loss of a loved one, a marriage, a job, or have been beaten down by life. You lost your identity. You don't have to walk through this alone. Like the gentleman mentioned during the interview, Jesus took on flesh. He knows how you feel and wants to walk with you through this process. As men, we sometimes feel like we have to be strong for our families, but in the presence of the Lord, we can fully be vulnerable before him. You may not be able to put words into how you feel, but Romans 8:26-27 says this: in the same way, the Spirit helps us in our weakness. We do not know what we ought to pray, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us through wordless groans. And he who searches our hearts knows the mind of the Spirit, because the Spirit intercedes for God's people in accordance with the will of God. Brothers, if we're hurting, pray with me. Allow God to comfort your heart, and let's believe he will do it for you. The first step is to ask Jesus to enter into your life. And you can do it with these simple words. So pray these words after me, my brother. Jesus, I need you. I confess that without you, I'm nothing. Difficult words to say, Jesus, but I'm trusting that you will change my life as I give it to you now. Thank you for dying on the cross for me. Take away the pain I feel, heal my life, and give me a brand new start. Jesus, I trust in you. And Lord Jesus, I pray for my brother that said this prayer now, or even my sister that said it. I ask you to intervene swiftly. I ask you that where they found pain, that you would supernaturally turn that to joy. Where they found nothing but darkness, that you let them know light right now. Let your word be true in their lives. Show them that you are not just a God who is in heaven, an abstract idea. Show them that you are present with them right now, and you are aware of what they're going through, and you are able to change what they're going through. Prove yourself, Lord Jesus. Amen. I'll also encourage you to reach out to someone, whether your wife, your friend, a family member, or a counselor for help. We can't do life alone. Now, if you want to know more about the salvation that Jesus gives, or you'd like prayer, please message us on WhatsApp. For our viewers in North America and Europe, call us on the number on your screen. We have prayer counselors waiting to pray with you and to answer the questions that you have. Now stay with us because we have more for you after the break. Welcome back. Please take a moment to join the TPI family. Head over to the website, click on the Join the Community tab to keep up with all things TPI. We look forward to having you with us. Well, we've reached the end of the show, but I have one final thought from the famous poet and playwright Oscar Wilde, who said, "To have become a deeper man is the privilege of those who have suffered." From all of us here at TPI, goodbye and God bless you.